Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, we are set to take item 18 on page 6.
One moment, please. I've been giving yesterday's other paper, so I'm correcting myself. Very well. Honourable members, item 18, motion. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, with respect, I will seek your leave to take it for and on behalf of the chair of the committee, if it pleases you.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you are the chair of the committee. You are seated there. Your ranking member is not here. I can't see a member of that committee to debate this motion. No, of the committee. So, Mr. Speaker, we should take another business, or else let's adjourn for another 10 minutes, so that they ring the bell and members to come. Me, I don't know anything about this motion to debate.
That's it, Captain.
Okay?
That's it. There it comes.
In fact, we don't even have a quorum. Do we have a quorum? We don't have a quorum.
Speaker, I think we met at conclave, my colleague, and earlier on he was lamenting the ranking to the committee was not here. And thankfully God has answered our prayer. The ranking member just walked in. I am a member of the committee. The Honorable Tampuri is a member of the committee, and we discussed our conclave. Besides the point, two items we are billed to take. The appointment committee's report, estimate for tourism. Unfortunately, we are yet to receive, it's been back and forth, and you know it, you bear witness, you are a member of the committee. The report on tourism, it's been back and forth, finally they've agreed. The report is still not here. They are almost done with that. So in the circumstance, what is ready now, leader, with respect, and I want to plead with my colleague, let's not overly drag this matter. What is ready now is the appointment committee's report. Let's take it. I'm sure by the time we finish, if we have to go through voting or division, by the time we finish, then the tourism report, estimate on the tourism, will be ready and we'll take it. We can't suspend again. We are ready to do government business. Please support us to do the business. Watch your back too.
We respect the fact that there is government business and public business. And we respect the fact that that is led by the leader of government business. Mr. Speaker, if government is not concentrating on appropriation and matters relating to appropriation and VAT, on every matter you are bringing, Mr. Speaker, serve notice and get your tellers. Want to subject it to a vote. Supreme Court justice is a majority decision, so we queue vote. When we finish, you bring VAT, we vote. When you finish VAT, you bring appropriation, we vote. I'm just serving you notice. So get the clerk ready and get your people ready. Every matter you are bringing now to a vote. Thank you. So let's proceed. Whatever you want, we are ready. But we want to subject every other motion before us to vote. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Speaker. So whether it's appropriation and Supreme Court judges is that we want to vote, and then we'll register where we stand. You can register where you stand on it. So let's proceed. But this is the understanding we have. If you can't concentrate on appropriation and maybe matters relating to VAT to keep this country and economy going, we are ready. So, Mr. Speaker, serve notice, we are ready. Already, you know, at committee, it was a majority decision. So, if we cannot do further consultation, majority decision means we vote by secret ballot. But I'm saying that as we vote on that matter, we will vote on every other matter, including appropriation and VAT. Thank you. When you are ready, then we can proceed.
Speaker, I will yield to my colleagues. We will do their bidding. You have... Leader, Speaker, we would amend and take tourism. Tourism is ready. But just to clear the point, it is not that we don't want to do elements of the appropriation. No, it's, as you know, the ranking member is not behind you. Look behind you. Look behind you. The ranking member is not around. The chair is not around because they are working on the appropriation. So agreed. Speaker, we will take item 12 instead. We'll take item 12 on page 5. And then we can decide on what we should take next. I'm basically yielding to your call. Leader, are you looking at me? You take item 12, tourism.
Yes, Honorable Minority, I want to hear you. He says you should move to
Item 12, tourism. He says I should hear him, so I've heard him. Arts and culture, we are ready. But he can. The minister is here, my senior brother. You can move your motion, and then the committee presents its report.
Very well. Item 12, motion. Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion that this Honorable House approve the sum of 260,948,961 Ghana cedis for the service of the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture for the year ending 31st December 2023. Mr. Speaker, I so move. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I entreat the Hansa Department to capture the report in its entirety as if fully read. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend the Ministry of Tourism for the important achievements chalked within the year, even though, or in the face of very little releases to them in terms of budget appropriation. The ministry within a year managed, as far as tourism is concerned, to improve the inflows by way of increasing the that one realizes out of tourism, and got a lot more people to visit our country than the previous year. Mr. Speaker, the most important issue that arose in your committee's deliberations was the issue of the cathedral. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, the cathedral has appeared under a ministry. And by so saying, it has been put under the Ministry of Tourism, an agency called the Museum and Monument Board, according to the Attorney General's opinion. The Speaker, prior to the cathedral being seconded or being put under the ministry, the releases that went into whatever has been done at the site was taken from the contingency board as far as the finance minister is concerned, and what he actually said when he came to meet the ad hoc committee recently. A figure of 339 million had been released so far to the Cathedral Secretariat, according to the finance minister again. So, Speaker, when the Cathedral Secretariat was invited, they mentioned that they had received 55 million, and 114 million, Mr. Speaker, was confirmed that had been paid directly to the consultants. The Speaker, let me jump straight to the conclusion of the report, where there was a little bit of an anomaly, which of course we released, or we asked plenary to take over and decide. As the chairman of the committee, Mr. Speaker, I would like to mention that there was serious disagreement on the 80 million that was appropriated for the cathedral under the Ministry of Tourism. The Speaker, majority of the members present then thought that the 80 million was misplaced, and therefore it should not be part or form part of the 260 million appropriated or earmarked for the tourism ministry. Even though part of the group in the committee dissented in this matter, it was put to a vote. And the Speaker, I'd like to mention here again that a co-chairman did not partake in the vote because they were prevented by Article 2115 as the clerks were concerned. The Speaker, but if you permit me, I'd like to refer us to the case of Abdullahi versus Attorney General, which made it possible that deputy speakers were allowed to vote in this house because they were members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Standing Order 200, Standing Order 200 states, and I quote, that in committees, the standing orders of the House shall be observed so far as may be applicable. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable,
if you consider...
hold on, yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Speaker, we are following the chairman clearly. He said Article 2115. I don't know. We heard you. If you want, let Hansa print it for us. If it's Article 2115 of what? If it is the Constitution, say so. If the standing order, say so. But Mr. Speaker, I heard him. Article 2115, and then present the committee's report. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the minority leader for the correction. If I did indeed say Article 215, I mean Order 2115, which precludes a chairman from voting unless there's a tie. Mr. Speaker, I referred us to Abdullahi versus Attorney General, which the Supreme Court ordered or declared.
Which paragraph of the report is Abdullahi mentioned?
Mr. Speaker, I'm only referring to this to support the fact that the chairmen were not allowed to vote.
Just present the report as it is.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, so let me read the conclusion of the report. And the conclusion goes that the Joint Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism and Youth, Sports and Culture, having carefully examined the 2023 budget estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, was of the view that the agency ought to provide a breakdown of the amount allocated, which is the 80 million. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, the committee was divided on the inclusion of the 80 million earmarked for the construction of the cathedral in the budget of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. There was voting of members of the committee to support the above decision. The majority of the members present voted to exclude the 80 million from the 260 earmark for the ministry. But it is worthy of note that the two chairmen did not participate in the voting. And Mr. Speaker, the why is why I'm explaining. That the clerk who took the division mentioned that in quoting Article 2115, Order 2115, the chairman who was presiding were not supposed to vote. And I am quoting Attorney General to support my argument that it was an error that the chairman didn't vote. Indeed, if the chairman had voted, what my brother Okuyeto Ablakwa quickly rushed to tweet.
Honorable Chairman, it's all right. You present the report to us. That argument should have been made at the committee. But members may make that argument, but you present the report.
So, Mr. Chairman, in a nutshell, or in conclusion, I'd like to mention that as far as the committee was concerned, the 80 million that the majority decided that we should exclude from the 260 million was not a total decision. So therefore, it is my opinion as the chairman of the committee that we give 260 billion to the ministry. I so move, Mr. Speaker, and I urge the House to appropriate this resolution. I thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, I'm contributing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the budget estimate of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. So, Mr. Speaker, the tourism sector, as you know, is a very important sector. Yet, if you look at the budgetary allocations for 2022, you realize that we are just simply paying lip service in terms of the allocations, and it shows in the performance of the ministry. Inadequate budget allocation in 2022, Mr. Speaker, a budget allocation of 157 was what was approved. They ended up getting 89 million. On goods and services, Mr. Speaker, the approved budget was 35 million. They ended up getting 24 million. Mr. Speaker, this really impacts the work of the ministry. And so the ministry was very clear that these are the challenges that they had. But Mr. Speaker, because of time, I'll move straight to the critical issue of the cathedral. Mr. Speaker, we were informed that the cathedral, Mr. Speaker, has been moved to the Ministry of Tourism. But Mr. Speaker, what was strange was that there wasn't one word in the budget statement on cathedral under the Ministry of Tourism. What was also worse is that when the Minister of Tourism met us, he could not give us a breakdown of how the 80 million that was being requested was going to be utilized. Mr. Speaker, as you recall, our duty was not simply to approve the 80. So look at if that same project, how much has been given to that cathedral and how it has been. As you recall, 339 million, Mr. Speaker, had been allocated to the National Cathedral through the office of the President, through the Chief of Staff, and on one hand, the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we had to invite the Minister of Finance. He could not explain why, for 3 consecutive years, he had to utilize the contingency vote. He could not justify it. We brought the National Cathedral. We asked them a series of questions. We couldn't get the answers, Mr. Speaker. It was very, very, very clear. We asked the minister, will the National Cathedral be under the Ministry of Tourism? The answer was emphatically no. Mr. Speaker, how do we allocate money to a ministry that will not have supervisory authority over that agency? Mr. Speaker, what was worse is that we asked, so far we've given you 333 million. You are asking for 80 million. How much is it going to cost to complete the cathedral? Mr. Speaker, we were told that a whopping amount of 383 million US dollars is what will be needed to complete the cathedral. The current interest rate at 9 Ghana cedi, Mr. Speaker, it meant that by the time we finish the cathedral, we have spent 3.447 billion Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, we have gone to the IMF looking for $3 billion. If we approve 80 million at a time, we have defaulted on our own debts and imposed good haircuts on lenders. Mr. Speaker, what message will we be sending to the world? That we don't care? Mr. Speaker, I just read in a report from His Excellency the President, and I'm quoting him from the social media, that's true, that those who don't share his view on the cathedral are Sabalat and Tobias. But Mr. Speaker, I am quoting Jeremiah chapter 6 verse 20. And this is what it says. What do I care about your incense from Sheba or sweet calamus from a distant land? Your burnt offerings are not acceptable. Your sacrifice do not please me. In other words, we cannot take money for the suffering poor in this time of austerity to build a 3.447 billion Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, so in the view of our committee, the Joint Committee of Trade, Industry and Tourism, Sports and Culture, having carefully examined the 2023 budget of the Ministry of Tourism and Culture, is of the view that there are more issues more critical than the building of a cathedral. Accordingly, by a majority decision, the committee recommends as follows: that the 80 million earmarked for the construction of the cathedral be excluded from the allocation made to the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. And Mr. Speaker, that the House should adopt the committee's report and approve an amount of 180 million, that is subtracting the 80 million from the 260 million, which was originally presented. So the amount that we'll be approving, Mr. Speaker, will be 180,948,961 Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, this was the recommendation of the majority. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to support my colleague. The budget of my colleague, the Minister for Tourism, and to say that this House should support the budget so presented by the committee and by government, and approve every line item espoused and presented in the budget for the Minister for Tourism to be able to carry out his activities for the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, tourism is one of the areas that we need to support as a country, because it has the potential to generate a lot of income for this nation if it's supported very well. And it is important that this House gives all the support.
Order, please.
It is important that this House gives all the support to the Minister for Tourism and his team to ensure that we attract the best. I remember, Mr. Speaker, in the year 2019, when the then Minister for Tourism did the year of the return, the sort of accolades that Ghana got and the sort of international image that Ghana got, for me, it's important that this thing. But Mr. Speaker, many members, or the two members who spoke, zeroed in on one particular item, and that is captured on page 14 of 16, item 7.3, the National Cathedral, 80 million Ghana cedi. Mr. Speaker, it surprises me when members, all of us, when we come here, the first thing we do is prayer.
Honourable members, order.
Order. Mr. Speaker, the minority leader has forgotten. I was in an aircraft with him someday, very, very late. And when the aircraft was breaking through the clouds, the turbulence was so much that everybody was shouting, "Oh God, oh Jesus, oh God, oh Allah." That's what was happening. He was there. He himself was shouting. Mr. Speaker, when soldiers are going to war and they are about to go and fight, those who are Christians go on their knees to pray to God, and those who are Muslims go on their knees and bow down to pray to Allah. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing more important to us as human beings to believe that there's somebody out there who created us.
Honorable member for Chanapaga, can you resume your seat?
And that is why the most important item, I will say, in whatever we say, is God bless our whole land, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this is not a laughing or joking matter. Religion is a sentimental matter. It goes down to the heart of every human being. Don't joke with religion. People believe, and they have no reason to believe, but they believe. So, Mr. Speaker, I am very surprised that members who choose to go after only the cathedral. I am really shocked, I am surprised, and I think that I want members to rescind that decision. In Israel, Mr. Speaker, 15% of the population do not work. All they do is to pray to God, and the government takes care of them. But today, everywhere in the world, the Israelis are very successful, and nobody can explain why. They go to the best Ivy League schools, they dominate all the businesses, they dominate all the financials, and nobody, Mr. Speaker, nobody can explain why they. I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that 15% of the population, all they do is to pray for the nation of Israel. No wonder the God out there is looking at. Mr. Speaker, we have been spending on religious activities in this country without question. Why is it that the cathedral, we are questioning it? I want to ask all members who are against. Mr. Speaker, we have been spending on religious items without question in this country. Why is it that when it comes to the building of the cathedral, we are questioning it? I want to know the actual. Mr. Speaker, let's be careful as a nation. We are building a nation, and let's be careful and make sure that Mr. Speaker, I say to all believers in this chamber that the last thing we should do is to question why Jesus said that the last money that this widow had is what she gave to the church. She gave, and that she is the one who contributed more. It's not for nothing that her last penny she gave, and Jesus said that this is the one who contributed more. Let's be very careful, Mr. Speaker. Let's be very careful as a nation that we do not seem to question the ways of God and the ways of Allah. I am talking to the issue of the cathedral, and I'm appealing to you that as you go to church every Sunday to pray, as you fellowship in your various churches, whether you are a Catholic, you are a Pentecostal, whether you are a Methodist, whether you are a Muslim or whether you go to the mosque, be very careful what you say in the name of God. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the chairman of the committee to say that this house should not be the house that will stop the construction of the cathedral. You have already spent a lot of money in constructing this cathedral. What will be the use stopping the construction of the cathedral? What are we going to gain as representatives of the people? What are we going to say? We were here, it was incorporated, houses were broken down, we have spent a lot of money on the cathedral. Eminent church leaders of this nation, it's not you and me. Eminent church leaders are the trustees. They are the people handling this. I do not think that any of us is doubting who this. I do not think that there's a single person here who is doubting Prophet Amuna or Dr. Muna or any of the church leaders who are handling this project. I don't think so. Unless somebody wants to tell me that all these pastors, all these men of God, all the people handling this are misusing our money. I don't think so. I want members to support this project. Not just support, but I'm encouraging members to contribute to it.
Honorable Minister, wind
Mr.
up.
Speaker, I'm winding up. I'm encouraging, Mr. Speaker, I'm encouraging all members to contribute their last widow's bite to it. If it is one city. All of you, one by one, contribute to it. Because tomorrow, you will need God in your lives. Don't joke with the ways of God. Don't question the ways of God. Don't question the decisions of God. Don't question why you are on God. And don't question why Ghana government is spending on God. Don't question why 80 million out of over 200 billion is being spent on God.
Honorable Minister, wind up. Honorable members, order. Order. Mr. Minister, please, 1 more minute.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, how much is this budget? How much is captured in this budget? And we say that we should spend 80 million cedis on God, and people have a problem with it. I don't. Me and my family, the members on this side don't. And I want the Christian community to know from today that we don't. The Christian community must remember today that we, when the time came for us to stand by them, we are standing by them. We don't.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you,
Minister.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Haruna, if there's a ranking here, why would we not stop? There's a ranking here.
Yes, Honorable Barano.
Why?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
Where is the ranking for?
Thank you.
Where is the ranking?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in rising to support the motion, Mr. Speaker, I will want to refer to the committee's report, particularly the point on Ghana Dance Ensemble and especially the National Symphony Orchestra. Mr. Speaker,
I happen to have been in the University of Bristol when the Ghana Dance Ensemble came to perform in UK. The performance of the National Dance Ensemble was such that it put Ghana on the map of contemporary dance. Mr. Speaker, this was in the early 90s. Mr. Speaker, to see that the National Dance Ensemble today is a shadow of itself is what this House must address itself to. The National Dance Ensemble projects Ghana. The National Dance Ensemble projects Ghana and projects Ghana very well. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the National Cathedral, the good book says a time is coming and the time is now when we will no longer worship God in temples, but we will worship God in our hearts. The Bible also says we worship God in spirit and in truth. In spirit and in truth. The Bible no longer says that God must be worshipped in temples. Worship is an act of the truth and it's an act of the spirit.
What are you trying to say?
Of the children of Issachar, the Bible said of the children of Issachar that they understood the times and knew what they ought to do. This country is in perilous times. We are reneging or defaulting on our external debts. We are being encouraged to take haircuts. We are being encouraged to reduce expenditure. We are being encouraged to prioritize in the things that matter most. Mr. Speaker, this country currently has in excess of 50 cathedrals spread all over the country, built without the state being involved. My church, Ashley Chapel, the Catholic Church, almost all churches have built cathedrals. Mr. Speaker, never have we been called upon to sacrifice the money for clinics in Lonto, clinics in Chirupone, clinics in Bediako for a cathedral. We have never been asked to sacrifice. We have never been asked to sacrifice what should go to improve the lives of the poor. And if we remember that Jesus came for the poor, today we are being asked to sacrifice educational budgets. Today children, Mr. Speaker, without free education by Kwame Nkrumah's regime, most of us will never have been in school. And yet today the education budget has become a Kwashiorkor budget. It has become Kwashiorkor. Primary education is suffering, tertiary education is suffering, and yet instead of addressing the real needs of the people, we are saying under tourism that we are building a cathedral. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of my Christian faith. I was the chairman of the board of Central Aid for 10 years, but never, Mr. Speaker, should the good people of Ghana be maneuvered into building a cathedral that they never called for. We have enough cathedrals. Prayer is not in temples. Righteousness is not in temples. Holiness is not in temples. It is a mean spirit. It is a spirit filled with worship. This is what we are being called to do. Mr. Speaker, I will find it very difficult as a Christian today to call for support for the National Cathedral when people are dying on floors of Kolebu and Konfanochi for lack of beds. Mr. Speaker, I call on this House to reject the vote for the National Cathedral without any equivocation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all admit that some of the considerations and arguments which have been made in the course of this debate relating to the National Cathedral are valid. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the debate, to the considerations which talks about the need for us to work to uplift the welfare of our population, the conditions of our population. Mr. Speaker, but permit me, Mr. Speaker, as a minor seminarian, as somebody who was educated by the Catholic Church, as a born, baptized, and confirmed Catholic, Mr. Speaker, to submit in these hallowed chambers of the people that, Mr. Speaker, all that we do as a nation, all that we do as a parliament, as an executive, if we do not have the blessings of the Almighty God, we do it for nothing. Mr. Speaker, let my colleagues permit me if I sound a bit emotional. Mr. Speaker, we can enact all the policies for economic recovery. We can put in place all the policies. Mr. Speaker, the good old book teaches all of us that if the good Lord does not shower his blessings upon what we do it for nothing. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House. It is not for nothing that the American people, in spite of all that they do, for their almost 250 years, in everything they do, they will conclude by saying, in God we trust. Mr. Speaker, the American nation is built under God. Mr. Speaker, it's not for nothing. The Republic of France has a cathedral called Notre Dame. And indeed, the cathedral was burned down not too long ago. They are spending billions of dollars to renovate the cathedral because they believe in the power of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, the Westminster Abbey is an example of how the British people, Mr. Speaker, from the time of the Roman Empire, all through to their various kings and queens, they have built their nation under God. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to those tumultuous times, 1940, between 1940 and 1942, when London came under what they call the Blitz, when the Nazis subjected London to air power, and indeed, when Buckingham Palace was razed down, Mr. Speaker, and when almost all of United Kingdom was brought down on its knees and raised down in ashes. Mr. Speaker, at the time, King George VI and Prime Minister Winston Churchill did not go looking for bombs. They did not go looking for fighter jets. They went down on their knees and called upon the blessings of the Almighty. And that is what took them out of the Second World War. And indeed, that is under God. It was under God that they rebuilt the United Kingdom. So, Speaker, it is on that basis that I want to submit that tonight in this Parliament, the representatives of the 275 of us and the country is watching. Mr. Speaker, we have a decision to make, and the choice is clear. The choice is clear. The choice is between those of us who will stand for the Almighty, those of us who believe that
The laborers built in vain, unless the Lord builds. The Speaker, it's a contest. It's a contest. Mr. Speaker, it's a contest between those who are prepared to honor the Almighty and who are prepared to say, yes, we are in difficult times. Who are prepared to say, yes, we have a nation to build. But if we submit ourselves to the Almighty will help us in building our nation. Mr. Speaker, these are very heavy matters. And indeed, it is not for nothing, Mr. Speaker. The Board of Trustees of the National Cathedral is made up of the known Christian leaders of our country. And Mr. Speaker, this is not peculiar to the Christian faith. Indeed, Islam teaches us that when there's a call to prayer, and I hope, Mr. Speaker, my honorable senior colleague, the minority leader, is listening, because I know he's a devout Muslim. The Islamic faith teaches us that even when there's a call to prayer and you have a business transaction, it doesn't matter the amount of money on the table. You are required to forfeit that amount of money and answer to prayer. Mr. Speaker, therefore, let me conclude by making the point that a lot is being said about the National Cathedral. The government of President Akufo-Addo, the MPP government, concedes and acknowledges that we have a nation to build. We concede and acknowledges that we have to prioritize. Mr. Speaker, we concede and acknowledge that we have educational infrastructure to build. We have to provide health needs to our people. We have to bring prosperity to our people. But I also want to submit, without a shred of equivocation, Mr. Speaker, and with all the that whatever amount of money are being asked of us to approve in this house to build the National Cathedral, it is going to inure to the benefit of this country, because it is only when the Lord blesses our effort and fruit. Mr. Speaker, in final conclusion, and I don't want to be personal, Mr. Speaker, as a young practicing lawyer, I had the privilege of being mentored spiritually by our Archbishop Duncan Williams. And Mr. Speaker, in one interaction with him, I placed more emphasis on my preparation as a lawyer to the detriment of my spiritual development. The good Archbishop, the father of charismatic faith in our country, pointed out to me, and I'm not surprised that he's a member of the Board of Trustees of the National Cathedral, pointed out to me that whatever you do as a professional, you need the guidance and blessings of the Almighty. Mr. Speaker, are our colleagues telling us that Archbishop Duncan Williams, who is a member of the Board of Trustees of the National Cathedral, is wrong? Is that what they are telling us? Mr. Speaker, are they telling us that all the leading members of the Christian faith of our country who are members of the Board of Trustees of the National Cathedral are wrong? Mr. Speaker, are they telling us that the 70% of our population who subscribe to the Christian faith and who pay their widow's mite on a daily basis for the development of the Christian community and churches and cathedrals in our country are wrong? Mr. Speaker, let this house support the building of the National Cathedral. Let this house support. And Mr. Speaker, let the minority join us, the majority, to build a National Cathedral for the upliftment of our country and in honor of the Almighty. Mr. Speaker, let us do it. Let all of them join us so that we will give glory to the Almighty. This is a choice between the people of God, those who are for God and those who are against God. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Other members, I want to be guided by the leadership. Other members, order. Order. I want to be guided by the leadership. How many more each? One each. Very well. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before this August House. Mr. Speaker, nobody can say that Ghana has not been blessed. We have lived as a country for so many years without cathedral. Can anybody tell us today that over the years that we have lived without, the Almighty God has blessed this nation? Can anybody tell us this? They are creating the impression that we need the blessings of God, and it is only when we have cathedral that they can bless us. Mr. Speaker, this is something that we cannot understand. Mr. Speaker, we are all Christians. We believe that the Almighty God must be given a sacred place for us to worship. But Mr. Speaker, in doing so, we must ensure the sanctity of the process towards the building of the temple. Mr. Speaker, from the report specifically, page 15, it is stated that the share of government of Ghana in the cathedral project is 30%. So government of Ghana has a share of 30% in the total cost of the project. Mr. Speaker, from the day we started up to today, how much has the private sector, which is supposed to contribute 70%, how much have they contributed? We are not told. We have been told only the 30% that government is contributing. What about the private sector? Again, Mr. Speaker, we are told that the ministry released 339 million Ghana cedis for the cathedral, and only 225 million went to the secretariat, who kept the 140 million Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, we are told that 140 million was paid to the consultant. So this report is telling us that the secretariat is paying project, and then Ministry of Finance is paying for consultancy. In any case, consultancy fee must be a percentage of the contract sum. Mr. Speaker, the consultancy fee must be a percentage, 10% of the contract sum. But in this case, you release 339 and you pay consultancy fee up to 4%. 34%. Why? Mr. Speaker, we are saying that yes, we need a place for God. Indeed, we want blessings. But when Jesus, in Matthew 21, when Jesus went to the temple and saw that the people had turned the temple into a market, Mr. Speaker, he hit them. He put them away. And he said that the house of God cannot be turned into a den of thieves, a house of trade. And so those people, Mr. Speaker, we cannot allow people to seek refuge in the fact that they want to put up a place for God and then be siphoning state funds into unknown sources. We have to account for the 114 million which has not been accounted for. Mr. Speaker, we want blessings. We want God to bless us. By doing so, all of us, every must understand that the good Lord abhors people who steal. God is against dishonest people. God is against people who steal from the poor. And God says that, look, do not steal, do not hide anything, be transparent. And these people, they are saying that yes, we want to put up a house of God. So don't scrutinize everything that we are doing. Leave us. Let us do whatever you want. God will ask you one day, why are you doing this to your people? God will ask you one day, why are you using the name of God to steal from the people, the very people that you have sworn to protect? Why are you doing this to your own people? Mr. Speaker, 34% payment to a consultant is uncalled for. We haven't heard this anywhere in this country. If indeed you believe in God and you believe that God must be revered, please and please and please, let's come together to protect the resources of our nation, to protect the interests of the poor, and to preserve of the process leading to the provision of this facility. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by this simple statement. The President made this commitment when the President had not taken the oath as a President of this nation. In fact, that very day, when he was on his way to take the oath, he did the sword cutting before taking the oath as a President. And he said this was a personal commitment to God. As individuals, in our churches and in our communities, we make commitments and we honor our commitments on our own. If the President if he pledges to build a house of God, everybody thought that the President was going to source for money somewhere or from his pocket to be able to honor this sacred promise. Unfortunately, the President didn't have the money, and he knew Ghana could not fund this project. Yet the President is committing this nation to fund this project. Unfortunately, look at where we are now. Mr. Speaker, because of recklessness, mismanagement, Ghana's debt today is at the rooftop. Mr. Speaker, we cannot even service our debt. As we speak today, there are some government workers who are not receiving salaries. Where in the Bible, the God tell you that if people are dying because they are not getting food, go and make shampoo for me. The God tell you that. Where in the Bible have you read that? Where in the Bible have you read that if your people are suffering, they are not getting money to buy anything, bake shampoo for me? Some of you are reverend ministers. Do you preach that to your church, your congregation? Do you do that in your churches? Then you come here to defend the indefensible. One day, all of us, including Mr. Speaker, will appear before the throne of the Almighty God. That day, Mr. Speaker, several questions will be posed to us. Many of us will run away because of what we are doing today. We have a duty to protect life. We have a duty to ensure that our people are fed. Mr. Speaker, this is the time that every Ghanaian is suffering. Even this parliament is suffering. Every member here knows that the people we represent in this house are suffering. Instead of us prioritizing the interests of our people, we sit here shouting cathedral, cathedral, cathedral. Don't we pray every day in this chamber? We pray every day in this chamber. Are you saying that God doesn't listen to our prayer because we pray in this chamber? Please, don't be hypocrites. 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 Let the people in you rise up and be counted. Those who believe in God, rise up and be counted. Don't be doing this to your people. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we appear before the throne, Mr. Speaker, you will answer so many questions. Because you are presiding over this. That day, Finance Minister will walk away. That day, Finance Minister will walk away. That day, you walk away. You cannot stand. You cannot stand. Thank you very much.
Yes, I'll address him first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate for the approval of the budget of the Ministry of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, the Bible says, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven."
Honourable members, order. Listen to you quietly. You listen to them quietly, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to this debate for the approval of the budget of the Ministry of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, the Bible says, "Seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all other things shall be added unto you." And Mr. Speaker, the book of Nehemiah says, "Let us rise up and build to the glory of God." Mr. Speaker, before I start, let me congratulate the Chief Imam. Let me congratulate the Chief Imam.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we just heard in silence the good argument by Honorable Eric Okofu. Mr. Speaker, yes, and I have to compliment him. He's made his point. But Mr. Speaker, it is becoming so clear that our friends on the other side would want to have a bite. When it gets to our turn, they would want to introduce some other thing. Mr. Speaker, it's inappropriate. I would urge, Mr. Speaker, I would urge them to demonstrate some tolerance. Listen to Honorable Andiapie Kubi, also in silence. The beauty of democracy is how we tolerate and listen to each other. Stop the shouting, Mr. Speaker. You cannot use the liberties of opposition to do this. You cannot. Listen in silence so that we enjoy each other. That's the way to do it. Mr. Speaker, this is the time Honorable the minority leader, the chief whip of the minority, the deputy leader of the minority, would have to call their men to order, because it is becoming one too many. They make their case, we listen to them. It's our time to speak. They must keep quiet and listen to Andiapie Kubi. I so submit.
Honourable members, I think I made the same observation. If we don't listen to one another, then we are not big. We have different views, yes, but that is the essence of democracy. Now you even go listen to me, and I think that it is not fair for members. I may have to mention names. In our rules, if the speaker mentions your name, it's an indictment. So please, let's listen to one another in silence. Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you again for the opportunity to advise my colleagues that they should seek ye first the kingdom of God. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all other things shall be added unto you. I repeat, seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all other things shall be added unto you. Mr. Speaker, and as I said, the book of Nehemiah advises us that let us rise and build to the glory of God. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, I want to congratulate the Chief Imam of Ghana for his leading role in this particular project. And let me emphasize that the Chief Imam made a personal contribution of 50,000 for the construction of the house of God. Mr. Speaker, it is not surprising that some unbelievers seek to undermine the effort to create. I am saying some unbelievers. Are you unbelievers? Mr. Speaker, in 1991.
Hold on. Does anybody have an objection? A point of order? Anybody on his feet because of a point of order? A point of order? Yes, kindly refer to me.
Mr. Speaker, a member contributing to a motion must not debate in such a way that it will degenerate into further debate. Mr. Speaker, to refer to our side as unbelievers is unparliamentary. It's unparliamentary. He must apologize. He must withdraw and apologize, because we are not unbelievers. All we are saying is that they must account properly monies that have been sunk into the project. That's what we are saying. That they must be honest to God and transparent with family. That's what we are saying.
Speaker,
Honourable members, the point of order is overruled. Honourable member, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I was praising the Chief Imam of Ghana for his pioneering role in supporting this project to the glory of God. Mr. Speaker, we are not surprised because in 1991, when the head of state then, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings, commissioned construction of the National Theatre, we witnessed the same degree of fury, calling all kinds of names and castigating even the promoters of the project that they didn't take the nation's economic position into consideration. What have we seen of the National Theatre since its construction? It has become a national edifice where we have profited from the revenues coming from the National Theatre. Mr. Speaker, in 1992, the NAM conference was to be held in Ghana. And because of the conference, the Accra International Conference Center was constructed under the visionary leadership of Flight Lieutenant Rawlings. What has become of the Accra International Conference Center now? The country Ghana boasts of the presence of the Accra International Conference Center. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, 2022, Kwame Nkrumah Museum is under rehabilitation, and it is being sponsored by the nation Ghana. Jubilee House, when it was built, some of us in Ghana made a lot of criticism about the construction of Jubilee House. Now Jubilee House has housed not less than 3 presidents in the Fourth Republic. So it is not surprising at all that we will search responses from people who don't support this project. Mr. Speaker, I want to react to some misinformation that was provided on this floor when somebody says that we are overspending against the total budget. Mr. Speaker, it is on record, and this project has been captured in the previous budget, and it is on record that this project is estimated to cost $382 million. Mr. Speaker, so far, the amount expended is 39 million Ghana cedis, not dollars. And the last speaker was saying that we have spent more than 30% as envisaged in the construction document. Mr. Speaker, 339 million Ghana cedis is nowhere near 10% of the project cost. So there is no overexpenditure in respect of the construction. Mr. Speaker, the National Cathedral is coming under Monuments and Museums Board. Mr. Speaker, this is an edifice that will also provide us with the basic infrastructure for tourism, as we expect our tourism potential to be harnessed. Mr. Speaker, let's put the religious benefits aside. I have been in the Vatican in 2019, and every day that I visited the Vatican, I saw a huge queue of people wanting to visit the Vatican. And the Vatican doesn't have any source of revenue except this tourism revenue that comes from people who visit the Vatican. Mr. Speaker, so if we look at the holistic benefit to get from this Vatican, let us not be too sentimental and too suspicious and political about this construction. Let's look at the economic benefit that we will derive from this budget, and let's all put our hands to it. Let us all support this budget, notwithstanding the economic challenges we face. This could also be one of the reasons, one of the areas that we could harness resources to underwrite some of the economic challenges that we have. Mr. Speaker, it is incumbent on us to also consider the interests of majority of Ghanaians who are going to also benefit from this project. Mr. Speaker, I want to end by also supporting the budget for this year's pilgrimage, so that people from Ghana can also undertake this pilgrimage this year under the budget which we are passing today. So, Mr. Speaker, it is good that our Muslim brothers are in support of this project, because we need to equalize and get also something out of the Ghanaian expenditure for our Christian brothers, and it is the way that the Chief Imam chose that we have to follow. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I thank you very much, and I pray that we pass this appropriation and also spend this money for the Ministry of Tourism to provide us with this infrastructure in tourism. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion being discussed. And in doing so, I would like to lay this special foundation by quoting certain scriptures to buttress key points that I intend raising. And Mr. Speaker, I quote Proverbs 23:23, and with your leave, may I read. And it says, "Buy the truth and sell it not. Also, wisdom, instructions, and understanding." Mr. Speaker, I quote this other, John 4, verse 23. So that the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshippers must worship him in spirit and in truth. For the Father seeketh such to worship him. Mr. Speaker, let me quote this other. Acts 7, verse 48. Howbeit, the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as says by the prophet. And when David the king wanted to build the house of God, and God realized his hands were tainted with blood, what he said, and I quote, and that is in 1 Chronicles 17 verse 4, so go and tell David my servant, thus says the Lord, thou shalt not build me a house to dwell in. Mr. Speaker, when we met as a committee to look at all the figures that the ministry and then the secretariat managing the project, we realized that some amount of money had been released. Totally, what has been mentioned being a total of 339,064.86 Ghana cedis. But then we noticed that out of this 225, which is 225 million thereabout, was what they tried to account for, leaving out 114. We also noticed that the time when these payments were made, they were done almost at the same time in 2021. And the issue arose and the questions went, which answers did not come. And that one, why did they separate the two payments of 225 to the secretariat? and then paid the 114 million to another entity, being the architect. They could not answer, Mr. Speaker. And I asked whether they had done this through a proper procedure. That also was not answered. So in all of what happened there, in principle, Mr. Speaker, no one is against the building of cathedral. But let me say this, the promise that we all revere so much, I must say, where all do not work as technical people at the Ministry of Finance and maybe other entities that are supposed to be doing payments, and for them to understand and appreciate the content and the things that went on. I can tell you, some of them are in contact with us and we talk with them every day. And I can tell you that they would want to know how transparent all these processes went on. And so this is to let you know that no one is saying don't build the house of God, as is being said here. But the truth of the matter is this. The truth and the fact is this. When your hands now appear tainted, how then do you want to go and build the house of God?
Yes.
This you need to ask yourself and do some soul searching. And I believe this is the crux of the matter. And I know many of the clergy, the prominent people, go to them in their closets and listen to them. That they know we here are simply not saying that we don't like what they are doing. But the truth of the matter is that whether the process was transparent, the releases were done, and above all, the fact is that we are in such times that are so difficult that you should be sensitive. And when you are, I believe your constituents will appreciate it a lot, because the sentiment out there is clear. This is not the time for this. And then do the right thing. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this. Who can I jump on?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've listened to my colleagues and their contribution. First of all, honorable members, I want us to think about the economic benefits of the cathedral. Please, I happen, the Europeans are making money. Please, when he was talking, nobody shouted. Please, you see, we are all learning. When you go to Europe, most of the Catholic churches are giving money to their various cities. I happen to be in France with Honorable Esla, Strasbourg. The only two, when you go to Strasbourg, you get a European Parliament. Apart from European Parliament, the only activities you see is around their basilica, where they sell postcards, restaurants. Tourists go there and spend money. When you go to Spain, Barcelona, if you take the airport, the second highest income Barcelona earns is from the Catholic Church called Sagrada Familia. Sagrada Familia. And look, I have been there 3 consecutive times, attempted to enter in the basilica, and I did not get a chance. But even when I did not get a chance to enter, I spent about 89 euros buying postcards, whatever, over there. And my kids also went to the restaurant. So don't let us think of only the amount that we are going to spend, but the long-term effect. Long-term effect. Look, when we go to Belgium, the first place they take you to is the Catholic Church that they spent 100 years to build the Catholic Church. Okay? So the import of what I'm saying is that we should look at the economic benefit too. My colleague was talking, and the way he was arguing, as if this is a crime. The long-term effect is not a crime at all. The amount involved here, if we promote tourism, the amount we have here, $383 million. If we promote tourism properly in this country, within 5 years, we'll recoup this money. So, members, I know the situation we are in, things are tough, no doubt about it. But let us also think of the economic benefits. Because if we take decisions short run, without long-term effects, we will not get anywhere. That is my argument. When you go to Hamburg, you visit the Catholic Church, you pay. You go to Cologne, you pay. Even Côte d'Ivoire here, what he built over there. So let us think of the long-term effect, the benefits we are going to get out of this. And please, kindly don't let us be short-sighted. 380 million and you think it's too big. In the next 5 years, 380 million, what you recoup from this Catholic Church or Basilica or whatever you call it, trust me, it will help this country and it will promote tourism in Ghana. So let us think along those lines where we're going to make money and not only look at the amount here and say that is a crime. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honorable Son George.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, by putting it on record that as an elder of a church and as a Bible-believing Christian, we on this side are not against the building of a cathedral. However, Mr. Speaker, because we are Christians, we are not playing to the gallery. We are following the dictates of the Bible. And this is what the Bible we believe in says to us. In Luke 14:28-30, is there anyone here planning to build a new house, in this case a cathedral, who doesn't first sit down to figure the cost so you know if you can complete it? If you only get the foundation laid, and Mr. Speaker, the Bible is so telling. The Bible knew Ghana will have a president called Akufo-Addo. This is what he says. If you only get the foundation laid and then run out of money, you are going to look pretty foolish. Everyone passing by will poke fun at you. He started something he couldn't finish. This is the word of the Lord. Don't you look foolish because you have only laid a foundation and run out of money. Mr. Speaker, this is not St. George, this is the Bible. You don't go to church. You don't go to church. The Bible knew, God knew that we will be saddled with a president who will not calculate the cost of a cathedral. Mr. Speaker, we have run out of money. People are walking by that place and poking fun at us and say, look at them, they are foolish. Not us, you. And you sit here today and you tell me that unless we build a cathedral, we will not have God's blessings. Are you not the same people who say that we have been blessed by not having a civil war? Did we have a cathedral for us not to have a civil war? Look at the cathedrals that we have. I'm a member of the Perez Chapel International. Our cathedral seats 14,000 people. We are building a 5,000-seater cathedral. If 14,000 will not attract the blessings of God, being built by an LGBTQ advocate, that will attract his blessings. The minister sits there. The minister for Works and Housing is in this house. We are told reliably that the consultant got 34% of the value. The Minister for Works and Housing is here. He set what consultancy limits must be. He has set it at 16%. So you sat in cabinet, your colleague minister, pay a consultant 34%. Your ministry has set a standard and he has broken it, 16.5. And he has paid 34%. And you didn't advise him. And you tell us that it is God. And Mr. President, they tell us that if we refuse it, Because Nehemiah tried to build, we are Sanballat and Tobias. Hey, wait. When they were building a temple, you've forgotten that there was Ananias and Sapphira. The name of God to steal. Stealing in the name of God. That is the sin of Ananias and Sapphira.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Member, you have not laid evidence that anybody has stolen. Kindly withdraw that. Kindly withdraw that.
Mr. Speaker, when I said stealing, I was making reference to Ananias and Sapphira, which I did earlier. Ananias and Sapphira stole in the Bible.
You said you are stealing in the name of God. Please, if you make reference to Sapphira, please properly reference it.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of clarity, Ananias and Sapphira stole money for the church. And if today we are seeing a disparity of 114 million, that is not being accounted for properly. Mr. Speaker, if this is not Ananias and Sapphira, I don't know what it is. But Mr. Speaker, the most important thing for me here is that we will have.
Honorable Member, hold on. Yes, Honorable Minister for Works and Housing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the honorable member has referred to me in his response, and I think it's only fair that I correct him. I think that he's misleading the House.
Yes.
Yes, you made a point that I set the standard for consulting work for architects. But on this case, there is an exception to every rule. It would be entirely inaccurate to just state that without stating the exceptions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, continue.
Mr. Speaker,
he has the floor, please. Resume your seat. Don't know, continue. Please. He was on his feet.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the minister did not say that I lied when I said he set a standard of 16.5%. So when you say you gave exception, Mr. Speaker, I was expecting that because Eric Opoku told us we will all account before God on the judgment day. I was expecting you to ask him to show you evidence of the exception that he gave in this case. You are lying.
What were you referring to me about Eric Opoku?
That we will all account to God. Mr. Speaker, we will all account to God on judgment.
And then what?
And I was expecting that maybe you ask him for evidence of the exception that he said.
Honourable members, please don't draw me into the argument. I have a totally different interpretation from what you're saying. But if I were standing here, I'll make a different argument. Now I'm sitting here quietly.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Leave me out.
Mr. Speaker, like Pontius Pilate, you have washed your hands. And I'm happy about that. But Mr. Speaker, our friends on the other side remind me of scripture again. Matthew 15:8-9. Where the Bible says, these people. Hello. Matthew 15:8-9. The Bible says, these people, they honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. They worship me in vain, but their teachings are merely human rules. You will have a majority like this. Mr. Speaker, I will end here by going back into the Bible. Mr. Speaker, in the Bible, God calls only one man, a man after his own heart. And that man was David, a man after God's own heart. A man that the finance minister aspires to be like in vain. But you see, Mr. Speaker, even when David wanted to build a temple for God, he called a man after his own heart. He have blood on your hands, and for that sake, you cannot build me a temple. So he put together the materials for the temple for his son. Mr. Speaker, I end by remembering the lost 8 citizens who lost their lives in the 2020 elections. There is blood on their hand. Can we build a temple for God? Thank you very much.
Other member for Asing South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion and to urge my colleagues on the other side that just as each and every one of them has taken their turn, made their submission so eloquently interspersed with scriptures, and at the outset of their submissions, each conceding and reiterating their position that they are not against the building of the National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind us all that the building of the National Cathedral, although in this country data has it that over 70% of the population are Christians, and evidence abounds that this project is of utmost priority to these 70% Christians. It is not just about Christians. It goes far beyond that. It goes far beyond religious sentiments. Mr. Speaker, the chief imam of this country, the venerable man, has demonstrated utmost support for this project right at the outset, and that is of serious significance. Mr. Speaker, this debate has brought about the theological acumen and the biblical knowledge of my colleagues to the admiration of all of our constituents. I am only a reverend minister. I am not a bishop, Mr. Speaker. If I were a bishop, I would have probably ordained as many as 20 members of parliament here, reverend ministers, by the end of this debate. But Mr. Speaker, if there is any project that is more unifying as a country, if there is any project that is speaking to the national cohesion of this country, if there is any project that is bridging the gaps of religious differences and bringing all hands on deck, it is the project of the National Cathedral. In the book of Haggai, chapter 1, verse 4, the Bible says, Mr. Speaker, the Lord saith that you live in your luxurious houses, your paneled houses, whilst my house lies in ruins. Mr. Speaker, but again, the minority, our brothers on the other side, have stated that they are not against the building of National Cathedral. So therefore, I proceed. My honorable brother attempted to give of the building of the temple that was meant to be done by David. Eventually, Mr. Speaker, Solomon started it. But the significance of the National Cathedral, as was built by Solomon in that times, and even today, the remains of that temple is still unifying Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. The remains of the temple that was built by Solomon to honor God still unites all kinds of people. But in that building, in 2 Chronicles chapter 2, verse 1 to 10, even though Solomon was a spearhead of this national cathedral, he needed the support of King Hiram, the king of Tyre. Biblical accounts and historical accounts have it that, Mr. Speaker, the king of Tyre, Hiram, was of an Islamic background. But king of Tyre, Hiram, with his Islamic background, came in full support and provided most of the parts of the architectural design, of the cedar, of the gold, of the building material, of the men of skill, and the people that supported Solomon in building the temple. So much of significance supporting the building of the cathedral, such that at the end of it, when Solomon sought to appreciate Hiram, the king of Tyre, he gave him 20 cities as a gift. However, he said to him in the book of 1 Kings chapter 9, verse 10 to 13, that Solomon, you are my brother. I have supported you in building a cathedral for God. Therefore, I cannot accept these gifts. But rather, he donated gold, huge quantities of gold, even in solidarity to Solomon. So, today, if it is the turn of Ghana to build a national cathedral, it is not just about a group of religious people, but it is about the state. Ghana is a plural state, Mr. Speaker. When many countries, even with much bigger churches, as Honorable St. George sought to refer to, there is no church, there's no country with much bigger mega churches than the United States of America. But we have Washington National Cathedral. Mr. Speaker, it is of serious significance. It is of spiritual significance. The good people of this country owe it to us that in the 8th Parliament, a great support was offered to the building of the National Cathedral that sought to consolidate the peace of God that we have enjoyed over the years. What some countries went through and did not survive, that plunged them into war and destruction, which later required them to spend billions and billions and trillions of dollars in reconstruction. We are only called upon to support 80 million cities. Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly that there is no loser and there is no winner in this debate. But we all will rise up and together, NDC, MPP, minority, majority, support this worthy project. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leadership now. Leadership. You call for 3-3. Now leadership now. Is that right?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said about the 80 million allocated for the cathedral. Mr. Speaker, first of all, Parliament did not approve the 339 million Ghana cedis, which the Minister of Finance unilaterally taken from the contingency vote to pay for the cathedral. Mr. Speaker, currently Ghana does not have money to pay our investors. Our domestic investors are losing money simply because we don't have money as a country to pay. Because of that, we are entering into debt exchange, where individual Ghanaians who have invested are going to lose interest. We are adopting haircuts, yet we are allocating 80 million to build cathedral. Mr. Speaker, who are you building a cathedral for? Are you building a cathedral for the people of Ghana to worship God? And if the people of Ghana who have invested money with you government and you cannot pay them, you allow these people to die. If you build a cathedral, who will go and use it? Mr. Speaker, who will use the cathedral? If the people stay with you and you are cutting their hair and they don't have the resources, some of them might even die after building the cathedral. Who will use it? Mr. Speaker, this is not the appropriate time for us to build a cathedral. We are in a challenging time. We are in a difficulty. So let us not spend 80 million to go and build a cathedral. We, from this side of the house, we think that the Ministry of Finance, the Minister of Finance who is here, should consider reallocating that money or reducing the appropriation of 227 billion he's asking for, reduce it by 80 million. And that we will support the appropriation so that we can pass the appropriation for the minister. But if you insist that you will not take the 80 million, we from this side of the house, we want to send a signal to you that we are going to vote. If you win the vote, that is good. But for every item from now till we adjourn, we are going to vote on every item. We want to send you a signal. It's simple. We will vote on everything. Appropriation, every clause, we will vote on it. So let's that. Mr. Speaker, we thank you. We think that the best thing to do is to take out the 80 million from the 260 million for the Ministry of Tourism, the balance of 180 million. We will approve it. Then we'll move forward. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, the report of the committee at page 14 of the 16-page report, paragraph 7.1. Mr. Speaker, the committee observed as follows. The Speaker, I quote, "The committee noted that the Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture requires critical investment in tourism to enable it generate enough revenue to augment GDP as pertains in other parts of the world." So, Mr. Speaker, the committee that considered this allocation acknowledged the tourism potential of this all-important project. The committee made up of NDC MPs and MPP MPs came to this conclusion that it is not just a mere cathedral for symbolic purpose, but it is a monument which has the potential to earn us revenue. This is what the record says, and I rely on this to remind colleagues who are being emotional about the cathedral and calling it a waste of resources to be mindful of what the Committee of Parliament is urging on us to do. For the avoidance of doubt, I repeat, the committee that looked at this is not telling us that the funds or the money allocated is going into some wasteful venture. It is saying that this is a monument that is going to earn us revenue. It's going to augment our tourist revenue that we get from other sources. In any event, Mr. Speaker, if you go to Abu Dhabi, there is a mosque in Abu Dhabi. It is the second foreign exchange earner for that country. The first is oil. So it is not just the beauty of the mosque, but that drive that lead people into visiting the mosque, not only for spiritual purpose, but to admire, to also observe, and to also have a change in environment. Something that would get somebody to travel to that Abu Dhabi. Mr. Speaker, it is earning that country money, revenue. Mr. Speaker, every year in this country, we spend a minimum of $10 million to support our Muslim brothers and sisters who visit Mecca. Mr. Speaker, that money goes to Mecca. Mr. Speaker, that money goes to Mecca. When it goes, it adds on to their revenue. Though it is service to humanity.
Hold on. Yes, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Facts. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the Deputy Majority Leader to indicate whether this House has ever, in appropriation, gave a line item to support HAD. Mr. Speaker, if he cares to know, government makes revenue out of the HAD programs. And that's why Muslims in this country have been that government should wash its hands and allow Muslims to manage their own HAD. Because government facilitation helps government to make revenue out of the HAD program. So that is inaccurate, and I challenge the Deputy Majority Leader. He knows government cannot spend any money without appropriation in this House. Whether there has ever been a line item in the budget of this country where it is dedicated to programs, I tell him that that is factually incorrect, and if he says that is a fact, he should provide the evidence to support what he's saying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to be misunderstood. I don't want to be misunderstood. Because I don't want to be misunderstood, let me once again make the point. And again, in making that point, I will challenge the minority chief whip. Isn't it the case that every year government gives support, facilitates our brothers who go on pilgrimage to Mecca? Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of fact. Therefore, all I am saying is that those monies go into foreign land. Our people who go on Mecca, go on pilgrimage, they go and spend. It's a foreign exchange earner for that country. Why can't we have the same thing here?
I want to listen to you.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that this House is a House of records. And for an experienced person like the Deputy Majority Leader to make a categorical statement that he's aware that government supports pilgrimage, I want to challenge him to give us evidence, or he withdraws it. Mr. Speaker, and let me put this on record. This is not the first time he has spoken this way
And trying to crash
to sort of
crash Muslims and Christians.
mislead Ghanaians to believe that there is a problem when it comes to Muslim activities. The last time I was contributing on the issue of fasting, I remember very well the comments he made. And I think that he's a national figure. He shouldn't go that direction. It will not be in your interest. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact that government provides support. It is a fact. Mr. Speaker, we have a Hajj board. Mr. Speaker, every year, government sets that limit of amount to be paid. And we know my constituents are benefited. My constituents are benefited from this subsidy support to enable them travel to Mecca. My constituents are benefited. So that is the evidence. Mr. Speaker, all I am saying is that the support that it goes into another land. Mr. Speaker, it goes into another land. The revenue that they earn, it doesn't stay here. If you go to such places, they have such edifice that our people visit and they will want.
Yes, Honorable Elijah.
Mr. Speaker, when they had their chance, nobody got up for the point.
Of course, there were no
Mr. Speaker, I keep saying they are not tolerant. They will not want to make a debate a beautiful thing. We allow you to make your point. Mr. Speaker,
can I listen to the Honorable?
Now this is the fourth point of order, which is another debate. It's not a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my honorable colleague made a statement to the effect that government supports Muslim pilgrimage.
with not less than $10 million annually. Mr. Speaker, then he says that government supports pilgrimage. Mr. Speaker, government supporting pilgrimage is not in doubt. But, Mr. Speaker, but to say that government supports not less than $10 million is the issue that is in contention. And therefore, if he is unable to substantiate the 10 million support, he should withdraw that aspect. I thank you very much.
Honourable members, I permitted because I thought the fact, as he insisted, is not true. He moved away from the figure to government office support, and that should be sufficient. So please proceed.
Speaker,
see, they have not offered you
it
the
is
floor,
on record.
please.
He has not withdrawn.
I've not given you the floor, that's why I've cut you out. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, all the point I want to make here is that we should not break our shoulders over this cathedral. The cathedral should not only be seen as a mere structure. The committee has emphasized its tourism potential, and that is not from me. Mr. Speaker, however, Mr. Speaker, we have heard the concerns that have been raised, and I believe that it is fair that in listening to such concerns, as a government that listens, as a party that is committed to the aspirations of the people, as a party that has had the opportunity to be ambitious in introducing free SHS to alleviate, yes, Mr. Speaker, introducing free SHS to build human resource capacity of the country and to help the poor to get knowledge. Mr. Speaker, with all the concerns raised, we will not shut our eyes to them. I will therefore, Mr. Speaker, end here by inviting this House to patiently wait for the Finance Minister to make a statement on the concerns raised by all of us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leadership. Did you say the Finance Minister is going to make an announcement before I put the question? Did you say the Finance Minister is going to make an announcement before I put the question?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I would proceed. Mr. Speaker, come. Mr. Speaker, having listened to ourselves on this 80 million cities, Mr. Speaker, it's our proposal to the finance minister, which proposal he is not opposed to, that since many of us file questions on roads, we, for the time being, Mr. Speaker, without letting this affect appropriation, Mr. Speaker, Finance Minister is in agreement that that this 80 million will find space in communication and roads. Mr. Speaker, that is going to be, yes. Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, that's the beauty of democracy. Mr. Speaker, that is what is going to happen indeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, you are giving glory to God. Oh, you are thanking God. Oh, you are thanking God.
All right, you have had enough time. You have had enough time to think. All right. In that case, yes.
Mr. Speaker, they accuse us, Mr. Speaker, they accuse us that sometimes we don't listen. We are proving to them that today the Lord God Almighty has spoken through Afenyoma to make you happy. So you are saying, yes, you are happy, it's all right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
In that case, the question on the report. Honourable members, order. Tamale something. Can you all resume your seat, please? Honourable members, can you resume your seat? Honourable member from Poho, can you resume your seat? Yes. Can all members resume their seats, please? Dr. Gisau. What's the other one in small? Kindly resume your seat, please. Yes, I was going to put what excluding the 80 million. Is that right? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the motion must be amended. So the Minister for Tourism must amend a motion to take out the 80 million from the 260 million. 260 million. Then we'll put a question. Then the Minister of Finance must give us the breakdown of the 80 million. How much is going to Ministry of Roads and how much is going to Ministry of Communication? Then we'll put that question also because we have already approved their budget. Yeah. We have to approve the additional allocation to them. So the motion should be amended.
First, let's deal with the motion before. I agree that we amend it to reflect the current rather than 260 million. Can I get the exact figure? minus the 80 million, it will come to 180,948,961. Would that be correct? Would that be correct? Very well. So let the motion reflect the said amendment. Other members, I'll put the question. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, the ayes have it. This House has approved the sum of 180,948,961 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture for the year ending December 2023. Yes.
Speaker, may we turn to page 5 and take item 11. Item 11 on page 5.
Other members, item 11. Motion by the Minister for Finance. Honorable leadership. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is getting ready to move the motion. So just give us some few seconds.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I would like to make certain amendments to this motion. That the motion is for other government obligations, and that the sum is also 150 billion 641 million 901,607 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I therefore beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 150,641,901,607 cedis for other government obligations for the year ending 31st December 2023. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and in the process present report. We met with officials from the Ministry of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, the committee's observations have been captured in the report, which I request the Handler Department to capture in full whilst I go to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, after reviewing the request, the committee recommends to this House to approve the sum of 150,641,901,607 Ghana cedis for the discharge of the other government obligations, also referred to as statutory payments, for the financial year commencing on the 1st of January 2023 and ending on the 31st day of December 2023. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak to the motion that the budget for other government obligation be approved. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me state for a fact that the other government obligation budget constitutes 66% of the entire budget appropriations. The Speaker, the appropriations for the budget is approximately 227 billion Ghana cedis, whereas the other government obligation budget that will be managed by the Ministry of Finance is about 150.6 billion Ghana cedis, representing 66.6% of the entire appropriations. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason that we have to spend a bit of time and to give members opportunity to interrogate the issues carefully. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I will speak to two key issues. The first, Mr. Speaker, has to do with a contingency vote. Mr. Speaker, we were informed at the committee that the government, even though the budget had allocated an amount of 1.4 billion Ghana cedis for the purposes of contingency, they had allocated part of this money to the audit service and the judiciary, including Parliament. Mr. Speaker, again, the amount that was included in the assumptions that they gave to us at the committee was $1,067 million for contingencies. Mr. Speaker, the committee felt that $1,067 million for contingency votes is way too high. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, in the past, we looked at a trend analysis and you could see a quantum leap in the amount of money that has been allocated for the purposes of contingency. We suggested that the minister gives us a breakdown of this contingency vote. And Mr. Speaker, at that meeting, we were informed that this contingency has been allocated largely to deal with the possibility of dealing with the wages and salaries that may fall due as a result of the negotiations. So, Mr. Speaker, we asked them to allocate half of this contingency for wages and salaries. So the contingency amount has been reduced to $533.8 million. Mr. Speaker, so if you are to look at the appropriations that will come in, the contingency amount have been reduced from the 1.4 original to now 533 million. Again, Mr. Speaker, what surprises me most has to do with allocation for arrears clearance. Allocation for arrears clearance. Arrears clearance is the government owes to contractors and suppliers of state. Mr. Speaker, in the budget statement in Appendix 3B,
the minister had indicated that from year to date, they have accumulated arrests in excess of 40 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you look again, when we asked them at the committee meeting, that was what they told us. But if you look at the budget statement and you add the numbers gives you under Appendix 3C. Mr. Speaker, arrest clearance net, the numbers give you a total arrest accumulation of 37.8 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, it surprises me in the sense that this is a government that when they took office in the year 2017, they had said that the previous administration has accumulated arrests of 5 billion and it is never heard of. Mr. Speaker, 5 billion cedis was barred in 2017. Today, in the year 2022, you have accumulated arrests, contractors that you have not paid them up to 40 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is huge. The key question, Mr. Speaker, we have to ask ourselves is, when was this arrest accumulated over the period? Mr. Speaker, just last year, in the 2021 budget, we were again informed that the arrest accumulated was 8 billion. All of a sudden, the 8 billion has turned to 40 billion almost. So you ask yourself, how long did we accumulate such arrests? When was this contract awarded? Then that you can owe contractors in the economy up to 40 billion cedis. So, Speaker, this is something that we should all be worried about, because the impact of arrest accumulation is grave on the economy. If contractor goes to a bank and borrows money and run a business and government fails to pay that contractor, Mr. Speaker, the impact is that you are collapsing the bank. And if you are to collapse a bank, we all know what it means to the economy. So the Ministry of Finance must be careful the way they award some of these contracts. And I'm surprised, because the PFM Act is clear as to what you can award. Mr. Speaker, if you are to look at other items, including transfers to energy sector levies, ESLA PLC, the minister responsible for finance has indicated that they are going to transfer a huge amount of money to energy sector levies PLC for the purposes of paying for amount due to the energy bond. Mr. Speaker, not long ago we were told that this energy bond is not part of government bonds. It's not part of government debt. Today the government is saying that as part of the IMF conditionality, they have classified energy bonds as government debt. Mr. Speaker, energy bond as government debt, yet you are seeking to transfer money to ESLA PLC for the purposes of paying the same debt. You have announced that that debt is part of your debt restructuring and that you are not going to pay interest. Mr. Speaker, I submit that it may be too late, but as part of the media review, when he appears before us, government cannot transfer money to ESLA PLC. I believe that the ESLA PLC must be collapsed now, because the debt government debt, so they have no business being there. So, Speaker, they have nothing to do, because the debt that they are to manage are now part of government debt. The Ministry of Finance Debt Management Division will be the ones to manage that debt. So what is the business of ESLA PLC? No. So, Speaker, going forward, ESLA PLC must accordingly be wind down, because I believe that they have no longer any mandate to continue in performing a business. Mr. Speaker, again, they are transferring money to Get Fund. Get Fund, and part of that money is to be used for the purposes of paying for the Dachi bond. Meanwhile, this same Dachi bond is part of government debt now, and it is part of the restructuring envelope. So why should we transfer that money for the purposes of paying for that Dachi bond? So clearly there's something not very tidy with this other government obligation. I can only agree that it's early days yet, that he has now announced the debt restructuring. I hope and pray that going forward he will do the necessary amendments and transfer this money to the center.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter, an amount of 150 billion Ghana cedis for the management of other government obligations is quite a lot of money. It is a lot of money that I believe that it should be managed with care. Certain agencies of state are also going to have an opportunity to manage some of this money. But clearly, the interest payment component in the budget is also too high. 52.5 billion Ghana cedis will be used to service interest alone, made up of 31.2 billion for domestic and 21.2 billion for external, plus the amount being repayment of new loans of 22 billion. Mr. Speaker, this means that if you are to put the two together, we are spending approximately 75 billion Ghana cedis of taxpayers' money just to service our debt. This tells you that our debt is obviously unsustainable. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that the minister has recently announced that we cannot repay our debt in the coming year, and so in the year 2023 we are suspending all external debt repayment. Mr. Speaker, this means Ghana has officially defaulted in payment of our debt. The minister went further to tell us that he intend to suspend the repayment of debt onto the bulk of bilateral loans. Bilateral loans. So, Speaker, this means that possibly export credit loans we will not be able to service our debt. The loans that we approved, they will not be able to service our debt. This means that loans owed to countries like China and part of the Paris Club, including the likes of the UK Export Credit Agency, will not be paid in the coming year. Mr. Speaker, this is not an easy matter. As a country, I believe that the time has come for us to take strong decisions on how we appropriate expenditures. Because I believe that you can't run a country into a ditch at this level and allow expenditures to be going like that. Mr. Speaker, just like we just debated the issue of National Cathedral, I would have wished that 80 billion, we don't reappropriate it. We should cut that expenditure to reduce the debt and not to reappropriate that money. Yeah. You take money from Cathedral and you are saying that you want to give it to Ministry of Communication for TikTok. Mr. Speaker, what is this? We should cut that expenditure as part of the appropriations and reduce it at least to signal to the market that we are ready to share the burden. Yeah. We don't put the burden only to the debt holder. And you are now calling on domestic pension funds to have a haircut. Meanwhile, you want to increase expenditure.
Honorable Ranking Member, hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the Honorable Finance Minister has not said he's going to give the 80 million to Ministry of Communication for TikTok. You said TikTok. Mr. Speaker, no, please. No, please. Mr. Speaker, in any event, look at the time. I told where from this energy? Look at the time. You've had over 15 minutes on your feet. The Speaker, he must advise himself. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this budget constitutes 66% of all what we have done here since the budget was read. I can't spend 5 seconds and sit down. We need to interrogate the issues carefully.
Honorable Forcing, can you continue with your debate, please? Continue.
Mr. Speaker, you have 15 minutes more. As I said, all the estimates that we have done is less than 40% of the total appropriations. This single item constitutes 66.6% of the entire appropriations. Wow, and so, Mr. Speaker, when you are dealing with issues of this nature, you have to interrogate it carefully. Mr. Speaker, that's what I'm saying. I believe that there are serious questions here, and strongly we need to be aware that there are serious questions here. Our debt has become unsustainable, period. Today we have defaulted in debt servicing, period. It means that we need to do things differently. We don't want to get there again. The world is watching us. The world is watching us. The world wants to see that we are doing things differently. We need to cut expenditure to signal to the world that we are ready to confront the problem. So, Speaker, when we get to the appropriation, this 80 billion Even if everybody agrees that we should reappropriate it to somewhere else, I will oppose it, and I will say that we should cut that expenditure for the purpose of 80 billion. I will oppose it, recommend that we should cut our appropriations at least for the purposes of signal. To signal to the world that we are ready to burden share. Now, the burden sharing is one way. The burden is on the ordinary Ghanaian through taxes. The burden is again on the investor who has brought his money to the economy. All what we are interested in is expenditure here, there, debt here. No, Mr. Speaker, if care is not taken, we will be downgraded below D. Now our credit rating is D. If there's another downgrade, probably will be downgraded to F. So it's important that we take action on this matter. Mr. Speaker, to conclude on this matter. The amount that the Ministry of Finance allocated for subsidies represented 350 million. Mr. Speaker, we were told that this is 40% of the price stabilization and recovery levy. But if you calculate the price stabilization and recovery levy, this amount cannot be 40%. It is 30%. And so I've asked the Ministry of Finance to come clean on this matter, and to ensure that if indeed you want to allocate 40% of the price stabilization and recovery levy for the purposes of paying for pre-mix subsidy, so be it. It should be 40%. But if your policy is to do 30%, it should be 30%. But you cannot say it's 40% and then all of a sudden, if you do the math, it is 30%. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Ministry of Finance to respond appropriately whilst my colleagues deal with it. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Sarah Ukodo.
I write to contribute to the debate on the request to approve the government obligations for the 2023 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I want to, with regards particularly to observation number 3.1 in the committee's report. And I quote, the committee took note of the judgment of the Supreme Court in the suit of 2019 regarding the computation for purposes of allocation to the District Assembly's Common Fund. The committee inquired to know whether the DACF allocation for 2023 had been complied with the said judgment. The officials of the Ministry of Finance explained to the committee that the allocation to DACF for 2023 had indeed been in compliance with Article 2522 of the 1992 Constitution and the said decision of the Supreme Court. Accordingly, the DACF allocation for 2023 has not been subjected to capping. Mr. Speaker, while it is true that the DAC amount, that this Assembly's Common Fund amount, had not been capped, it is untrue that they had complied with the Constitution 522 and with the ruling of the Supreme Court. I will like to refer to the Supreme Court ruling. The Article 2522 clearly specifies that total revenues of Ghana should be computed and 5% of it, minimum, should be to the District Assembly's Common Fund. Now, the issue was what constituted total revenue. So we went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court interpreted this article and explained that non-tax revenue, oil revenue, and all other revenues except those specifically passed by an act of parliament for purposes should be included in total revenue. This definition was given, and we served the Minister of Finance to comply strictly with it. But over the years, since 2019, they have not done that. It has come up here on a number of occasions. Speaker has referred it to the Finance Committee to interact or to discuss with Minister of Finance how to comply with this. But this has not happened, and they continue to violate the ruling of the Supreme Court as well as the Constitution. Now, Mr. Speaker, in this particular year's distribution, we have 3 items which, in our contention, violate the Supreme Court ruling. The first one is mineral royalties. In computing the disassemblies, the applicable revenue for the determination of the Supreme Court, determination of the amount due to the Disassemblies Common Fund, Ministry of Finance excluded mineral royalties amounting to 2,547,100,000 Ghana cedis. But the Supreme Court ruled, and I quote, the non-tax revenue is the recurring income earned by government from sources other than taxes and grants. This comprises revenue from goods and services provided by the government, fees, penalties, and fines, income from business ventures and investments by government, rent income, and royalties. So it is in violation of the ruling of the Supreme Court to exclude mineral royalties from the applicable revenue base for determining what is due to this Assembly's Common Fund. Now, the second issue is that of oil revenue. The Supreme Court ruled that oil revenue is non-revenue, and therefore, in computing the amount due to this Assembly's Common Fund, oil revenue should be considered. But there are 2 items there, the Heritage Fund and the Stabilization Fund. The Supreme Court ruled that since those amounts were not available to government for spending in they should be excluded from the computation. But the Minister of Finance went and excluded almost everything except annual budget funding amount. That also further reduces the applicable base. Now, oil revenue is 23,454,581,079 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, only Stabilization Fund of 3.7 billion and Heritage Fund of 1.6 billion, totaling 5,200,068,531 should be excluded. The rest of the oil revenue, amounting to 18,166,512,548 Ghana cedis, should be included in the applicable base on which this Assembly's Common Fund should be computed. But this was not done. The third issue is that of the allocation to GRA. GRA Act provides that in Section 20 that up to 3% shall be given to Ghana Revenue Authority for its operations. That is right. Nobody is challenging the fact that GRA should not be given money to carry out its operations. But to take that allocation out of total revenue before determining what goes to this Assembly's Common Fund is illegal. It's not in compliance with the ruling of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, all of this brought together. That when you restore these amounts back to the applicable base, the applicable amount, revenue base, is 102 billion. 102 billion 444 million 521,096 Ghana cedis. 5% of that is 5 billion 122 million 226,054 Ghana cedis. So when you work this thing out, it means the common fund has been shortchanged by a whopping amount of 568,191,398 Ghana cedis. This is what we are asking the Ministry of Finance to restore to the District Assembly's Common Fund for 2023 fiscal year. I thank you.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has adopted, approved the sum of 150 billion 641 million 901,607 Ghana cedis for the discharge of other government obligations for the financial year ending 31st December 2023. Honorable Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes. Speaker, page 4, item 7. Item 7, page 4. Respect.
Yes, honourable members, let's turn to page 4, item listed 7. Presentation and first reading of bills. Appropriation bill. Yes, Minister for Finance.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary expenditure for the 2023 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters. An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2023 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and public funds and for related matters.
Honourable members, the bill is read the first time and is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report.
Speaker, page 28. 28. We're taking item 54 on page 28.
Honourable members, come with me to page 28, item listed 54. 54. Motion by the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the motion listed as item 54 on today's order paper be moved. I so move.
Yes, the motion is moved. Chairman.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is procedural motion. I'll put the question. The question is: all those in favour of the procedural motion listed 54 in today's order paper say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is carried. We move to 55. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the value added tax amendment number 2 bill be now read a second time. 2022 be now read a second time.
Yes, the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and in the process of Media Committee's report, I request the Handler Department to capture the entire content. Whilst, Mr. Speaker, I go to the conclusion. The Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to increase the value added tax rate, adjust the value added tax threshold, review the transitional provisions for the implementation of the electronic value added tax system, revise the administrative penalties for non-compliance in relation to the electronic value added tax, and remove the value added tax on betting, gambling, and other games of chance. Mr. Speaker, your committee, having reviewed the bill, comes to the following conclusions. That Mr. Fiscal, before I conclude, I think it is important to state that the entire members of the minority present at the meeting voted against the very principles of this bill. The reasons for which they did that, Mr. Speaker, have been captured under paragraph 6.3 of the committee's report. So the recommendation by the committee was a majority decision by the majority members recommending to this House to adopt this report and pass the Value Added Tax Amendment number 2 Bill 2022 into law. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Well. Ranking.
Mr. Speaker, members are complaining that they don't have copies of the report. Copies of the report.
I know.
Table.
I have a copy.
Yes. Ranking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the VAT amendment bill before us. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I wish to state that we in the minority believe that VAT is a good tax. However, Mr. Speaker, we strongly believe that this is not the time to introduce an additional VAT rate. For a simple reason that, Mr. Speaker, we speak, government actions and inactions have resulted in erosion of disposable income. Inflation has increased from 13% to 50.3% within 10 months. It's a percentage change of 350%, and it presupposes that prices of goods and services has been increased by 350%. Mr. Speaker, clearly, this administration has resulted in introducing taxes that will further erode the disposable income of the ordinary Ghanaian. An example is the taxes that they have introduced in the last 2 days. Mr. Speaker, clearly, today, if you are to go out there, the concerns has to do with the fact that the ordinary Ghanaian is struggling to make ends meet. Prices of goods and services are skyrocketing. I do not believe that this is the time to introduce a VAT, a tax that seeks to take away additional disposable income. I urge the Ministry of Finance to wait for this measure and introduce this single tax handle at the right time. During times of stability, particularly at a time that disposable has not been eroded by 350%. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that we are proud of our heritage, that we introduced VAT in this country first. At the time, the current president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, led a demonstration to oppose the VAT to the death of someone. Mr. Speaker, today he is here introducing VAT, the same tax that he opposed. Mr. Speaker, I would have wished that he would first of all apologize to the people of Ghana for the demonstration he led against VAT, and the same person to turn around as president to ask the Minister of Finance to increase the tax that he opposed. Mr. Speaker, clearly, this speaks volume. This is telling indeed. Mr. Speaker, it's again important for us to understand that I hear our colleagues out there saying that Ghana's VAT rate is 12.5%. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's VAT rate is not 12.5%. We all know that there is a COVID levy which is being charged on the same things that VAT is applied on. And it draws its strength from Act 870, the Value Added Tax Act, at 1%. Mr. Speaker, again, we know that NHIL and Get Fund levies are all VAT. But clearly, the government has decided to change the name and call it a levy. Mr. Speaker, it is VAT because it is levied on the same things that we are levying the VAT on. VAT simple means a tax on goods and services. Mr. Speaker, it will surprise you to know that if you add all the VATs that we have in this country, plus the 2.5% that he's proposing today, our VAT rate will be the highest in the entire Africa. The highest VAT rate in Africa today is 1, Madagascar, and 2, Morocco at 20%. If you introduce this 2.5% additional VAT rate, our VAT rate, statutory rate will be 21%. Statutory rate will be 21%, the highest in the entire Africa, and the effective rate will be 21.9%. Mr. Speaker, this will be unprecedented. I don't think Ghana deserves to set a setable record, a record that is terrible, a record being known as a country with the highest VAT rate in the entire Africa. Mr. Speaker, at the time that your inflation is hitting the roof, so we should be careful. Mr. Speaker, as if that is not enough, the Minister of Finance has said to us, as part of the amendment bill, that if we are to approve this, he's asking us to, he's asking Parliament to allow him to impose VAT on textbooks, imported textbooks, so Speaker, and newspapers. He's asking us to impose VAT on architectural plans. He's asking us to impose VAT on drawings, scientific drawings, technical works, periodics, magazines, catalogs, including greeting cards. You want VAT on them. Mr. Speaker, he's saying that even diaries and stationaries, he is going to apply value-added tax on dairies and stationaries. The Speaker, the import does not apply to dairies. Read the rendition well. Mr. Speaker, clearly, stationery is a wide term. Stationery includes some of the things we buy at the bookshop for our children. Now you are saying that you are going to apply VAT on these items. Mr. Speaker, have we looked at the impact on these taxes on the livelihood of the ordinary Ghanaian? I believe that the time has come for us to assess this impact of these taxes in a way that we appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, as we said, we are not against VAT as a tax handle, but we are against imposing VAT at the time that economic hardship has hit the roof. If you go out there, everybody is concerned. Business owners are calling on us to reject this tax. Ordinary Ghanaians are calling on us to reject this tax because already we are dying. The hardship is just too much. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you are struggling. Everybody is struggling in this house. Mr. Speaker, additional tax will kill us. Don't kill us. We don't want kumpreku. We want to survive. I think that the right time will come for us to impose a tax that is appropriate. But Mr. Speaker, at this moment, I wish to say that we, the NDC members of Parliament, strongly and vehemently opposes to the introduction of additional value-added tax at this time. We strongly oppose it and ask on the government to consider the decision of imposing VAT at the rate of 2.5%. Mr. Speaker, I submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Shereso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, it is quite interesting that because of politics, people who have gotten the mandate of their own constituents to come to this house, debate on issues that will offer the same people the needed productive results. Because of politics, they want us to engage in a strategy, a policy that will rather not yield the result that will meet the expectation of the very good people that voted us into power. Mr. Speaker, tax management is calibrated in nature. Unless you don't understand how to manage taxes to consolidate your fiscal space, as somebody who claims you understand this area very well, why are we trying to increase taxes? Any country all over the world finding herself in the situation which you find ourselves will do one thing, and that is broadening domestically collected revenue at this time to ensure that the situation with our debt to GDP, which came as a result of impaired productivity, not as a result of can be well done. Mr. Speaker, we're in this country for about 22 months. We went through a period of impaired productivity, and I meant workers in this country were asked to stay home without working, but they were being paid. Teachers, nurses. Even essential areas such as teachers and nurses were asked to stay home. At the same time, the private sector sacked over 40,000 people in our country, paying corporate taxes. It led this country into having revenue short of over 11 billion. Mr. Speaker, put that aside. We are a country that we operate negative effective tax rate, and I want to explain to them. What it means is that ritually, monies are made from government, all government, to households in our country are always more than monies we generate domestically, excluding taxes. And that is why, we every year, mostly we are having deficits as a country. So when there is global turbulence or the situation worsens, that actually forced us to rely on borrowing whilst GDP was not growing. You remember, the global EB expectation of GDP growth was negative 3.3. 2020, because of this same situation, the continent Africa grew negative 2.02. Ghana grew 0.4. So once the government of the day was performing its obligations, including statutory and others, our GDP was not growing. And that led to debt to GDP that moved to beyond 80. Beyond 80. The same people that were complaining that we're borrowing too much and that we should do something about it are complaining that we are not supposed to broaden our tax base domestically. So what strategy do they want us to use? There's one answer. Is it that they don't understand these things, or because of politics they want to destroy this country? The figures my brother was quoting had not been gotten out of any scientific work. He was just guessing and controlling figures from the sky just because he wanted to deceive Ghanaians. I wouldn't want to say he's suffering from unconscious incompetence. It's basically intellectual dishonesty. But this is not a time to be intellectually dishonest. Time you need to support any good alternative policy that will ensure we can restore and recover post-COVID issues. Mr. Speaker, say is that Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that my brother, Dr. Atofosi, was quoting inflationary rate figures. And when you say it's global, they challenge me. I dare to challenge you. You should check. Even US, which is a giant economy, her GDP increased, her inflation rate increased from 1.81 to 88 to 8.4%. In terms of percentage increase, it was over 300%. United Kingdom's inflation rate increased from 1.74 to 10.1. In terms of percentage increase, it was over 420%. We depend on them. Global supply chain got messed up that it affected our cost of living in our country today. Mr. Speaker, if you want to harmonize the very relevant variables of our fiscal space, the best alternative that we need to adopt as a government is to increase revenue generation domestically. And they don't want us to do that because they want to destroy the country for Ghanaians to vote for them. The fact is that Ghanaians are not ready for Okada economy. They are ready for economy that believes in education and industrialization. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to talk too much. All that I want to say is that anybody that wants the betterment of this country, the forward movement of this country, the sustainability of our socio-economic policies in the area of redistribution will support this good policy. And I'm urging my brothers to bury their ego, to stop displaying their ego trips, and support these good alternatives, and ensure that this country can rise up to continue the good works that we've been doing. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Yeah.
Honourable members, Adongo, you want to speak? Adongo, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is very clear that our country is in serious difficulty. And the minority will do anything possible to support government, get the country out of the current quagmire that we are in. Unfortunately, the government is not interested in solutions that will work, but want to continue the same things that has led us here. Mr. Speaker, the government is asking us to approve an appropriation of 227 billion. And the government is saying that this additional value-added tax will give the government 2.7 billion. That is just 1% of the total expenditure. And yet the government is saying that if we don't give them that 1%, this budget cannot be implemented. I cannot understand that. But Mr. Speaker, last year, the appropriation we approved was 145 billion. They have moved from 145 billion to 227 billion, an additional expenditure of 82 billion Ghana cedis.
It's not revenue.
Mr. Speaker, your problem is not revenue.
Expenditure.
That you have increased your expenditure by 82 billion, that is 57% increase of 2022. And yet we are saying that just 1% of that is what you need to survive. That means you're already dead. You're already dead. Mr. Speaker, the government should be aiming at cutting expenditure and not imposing additional burden on Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, included in this budget, monies that are supposed to be paid to investors. The minister has announced that 31 billion Ghana cedis that should have been used to pay interest to Ghanaians, he won't pay in 2023. He has also announced that another 21 billion in interest payments due to foreign investors, that is 52 billion you are not paying. In addition, debt service of 22 billion, you say you are not paying. So in that budget, you are expecting not to pay 74 billion, and yet you are crying over 2.57 billion. How can you be shaving off people's monies that you are supposed to pay at 72 or 74 billion, and yet you are crying that Ghanaians must give you an additional 2.7 billion, and it is the reason this budget will collapse. Mr. Speaker, the government lead the way in tightening its belts. Why in this country, in this current situation, would we have Ministry of Railway Development, Ministry of Aviation? What aviation are we doing in Ghana? Ministry of Transport, three ministries to run just transport, three ministries to run transport, and yet you are not willing.
Do you still say we have aviation ministry?
So you are
well, let's say two ministries. You have transport and then you have railway, two ministries. And you cut these ministries, you will get 2.7 billion. You say you won't cut. You have water and sanitation, then you have
Honorable member for Bolgatanga.
Then you have.
Hold on. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Records. And Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I urge my colleague to withdraw the statement that there is an aviation ministry, so that same will be expunged from the records, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable member, you know very well you don't have railway aviation ministry.
I do not understand why we cannot get 2.7 billion by only having one Ministry of Transport and removing the Ministry for Railway Development. I am aware that you don't have aviation anymore. You used to have 125 ministers. So what is it that you are protesting? So, Mr. Speaker, the 2.7 billion is right.
Honorable member, will you withdraw that?
Oh, yes. Okay. Mr. Speaker,
you say you are
Mr. Speaker, if that will satisfy them, I withdraw. But the truth is that they can find that 2.7 billion
without taxing the people of Ghana. You have Ministry for Development, these development authorities that we are running. Work that the assemblies can do. You are having development authorities repeat the same work that assemblies can do. That should save you a lot of money. You still say you will keep these ministries. The man who said one constituency, $1 billion, today is now giving us one constituency, several arrears. Several arrears and several price fluctuations on contracts. One constituency, several uncompleted projects. That's what we have now. And you are still keeping these agencies for peanut, 2.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, it is quite clear that the government has become a spoiled child who keeps eating and eating without thinking about its health. Cut expenditure, and cut expenditure. Your biggest problem is that you have become used to expenditures that do not help our economy. And there is no way we will support any additional imposition when there is a bigger avenue for government to cut expenditure and save our country from collapse. Mr. Speaker, I want to call on my colleagues to put Ghana first. I want to call on my colleagues to call a spade a spade. I want to call on my colleagues to tell the government that you are living too large beyond your means and that you should begin to cut expenditure and save the poor Ghanaian that 2.7 billion you are seeking to collect. On this note, Mr. Speaker, we will reject any additional imposition and let government find that 2.7 billion in the expenditures. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, honorable member for Damango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate. Mr. Speaker, the matter before us today is an important one. It's a weighty one, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the decision we take this morning will have far-reaching implications for our national economy. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, Mr. Speaker, VAT was increased by some 2.9%. Mr. Speaker, the flat rate for determining VAT was scrapped in 2010. Mr. Speaker, indeed, in 2014, in the absence of any pandemic or war, the income derived from the supply of goods and services provided by free zone, Mr. Speaker, enterprises to the domestic market was zero-rated and was taxed at the same rate as domestic market providers. Mr. Speaker, this was without a pandemic, and this was without the global situation we find ourselves in today. Mr. Speaker, our colleagues from the other side attest to the fact, and they don't deny that, attest to the fact that the global economy is challenged in an unprecedented manner. Mr. Speaker, the measures the government has put in place are very eyes today, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that our national economy is responding to those measures. Mr. Speaker, today our currency is now rated to the dollar in single digits. Single digits. Mr. Speaker, at the time when we were buying dollar for 13 cedis, 14 cedis, 15 cedis, today, Mr. Speaker, thanks to the measures put in place by the government, we are able to buy dollar at 9 cedis. Mr. Speaker, that is why our colleagues must support government to get this country out of the current economic situation we find ourselves in. Mr. Speaker, this is a national call.
these are the times we have to bury our partisan, parochial interests to support the national call and to support our national economy. Mr. Speaker, across the world, you will find, and that is not a justification for in VAT, but in the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker, VAT is 20%. In Germany, VAT is 19%. Mr. Speaker, in France, it is 20%. In Italy, it is 22%. Mr. Speaker, in our own sub-region, and Mr. Speaker, it will help us if they got the statistics. Let us take decisions based on facts, motivated by the data. Mr. Speaker, in our own sub-region, in Ivory Coast, in Togo, in Burkina Faso, and in Mali, the VAT rate is an average of 18%. Mr. Speaker, if the government can do anything to alleviate the suffering of the Ghanaian people, Mr. Speaker, we all welcome it. But where we find ourselves, this is the time for consensus. Mr. Speaker, this is the time for unity. This is the time the minority must, the parliament must support the government, and all of us should support the government to bring our economy out of the current difficulties it finds itself. And Mr. Speaker, to that extent and with these words, let me conclude by calling the House, by calling the minority, Brother Honorable Don Jinapo, whom I know will speak after me, to support the measures the government is putting in place to bring our economy out of the current difficulties we find ourselves. Mr. Speaker, let Ghana prevail and let our national economy prevail. Let us support the VAT increase. It will help our country. Mr. Speaker, with this, I call on all of us to support the VAT increase. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, from Samuel Jinapo to John Jinapo. So let's hear it.
Thank you very much. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the truth is that if the Republic of Ghana was a company today, the level of bankruptcy that we are seeing today, the Republic would have been sold off. Because every company, once you become insolvent, once you become bankrupt, it means that they liquidate the company. So today, if Ghana were a company, Ghana would have been liquidated. Because as it stands,
Togo would have bought it.
As it stands, Ghana would have been put on auction, and then maybe Togo, Burkina, Cote d'Ivoire, or Nigeria would have put in a bid at auction, and they will buy Ghana off. That is the state of the economy. My good friend, Honorable Dr. Stephen Angwa, made so many allusions. But the truth is that under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the truth is that under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, Ghana never declared bankruptcy throughout its period. Today, as it stands, we are telling the international community that we are so poor, we are so impoverished, that even our contractual obligations with them, in terms of debt servicing, we cannot pay that debt. Mr. Speaker, we are talking of economics, and I know some people have some economic knowledge. Give me one country, where inflation goes to 50%, and then you decide to tax the people. What inflation does is that it reduces your purchasing power. So what you could do today, if your inflation is 50%, and use the Fisher's equation to determine the real impact of inflation, it eats your money. Two, what taxation does is that it reduces your disposable income. Because disposable income is your total income less the taxes that government takes. This government already has come up with pollution levy, which is a tax. They've come up with COVID levy, which is a tax. They've come up with energy sector recovery levy. They've come up with financial sector recovery levy. Just yesterday, we took 4 different taxes. The question is that what crime have Ghanaians committed to deserve this level of taxation?
This is a government that told us that it was moving from taxation to production. Mr. Speaker, when they reduced the benchmark values, we advised the Vice President that, Mr. Vice President, what you are doing is nothing but textbooks economy. He told us we don't read. Today's year, he says he is reversing all the benchmark values. When they introduced e-levy, we caution them. When they introduce the luxury vehicle tax, we caution them. So many taxes. And this side has always been proven right. And so today, when we stand here and we tell you that the people are suffering, when wages were increased by only 4%, Mr. Speaker, who can survive with a wage increase of 4% against an inflation of 50%? Please, let's stop the politics. For the first time in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the Parliament website on Facebook, the number of people watching tells you that this is a serious matter. I don't want to engage in the politics. I speak with passion today. I speak as a Ghanaian. I speak as a patriot. I speak as a citizen, but not as a spectator. Mr. Speaker, I want to plead with my colleagues on the other side. And I'm not referring to the 80 people who want the finance minister out. I'm speaking to all of you. Let us for once put our partisan interests aside and tell the finance minister that as for this VAT rate increment, it will not happen today, it will not happen tomorrow, and it will not happen anytime. You are telling us that the exchange rate is improving. And I heard the majority leader give some very, very good education on that. When your exchange rate improves, and he said it, immediately you are making savings of over 30 billion. So between 30 billion and 2.7 billion, which one do you want? You pay savings of about 30 billion. And yet you want to tell the ordinary Ghanaian 2.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is the minister who told all of us, and all of us have invested in most of these financial sector institutions. I've invested there. The minister tells me that whether I like it or not, next year my interest, 0. The following year, my interest, 5%. The next one, 5%. Today, the interest rate, the average one, is about 22%. I'm taking a haircut of 0%. I'm crying. I don't have the money. And the little salary that I get, the minister wants to tax a consumption tax of 2.7%. Mr. Speaker, let me say that this December is not Decembering at all. This December is not Decembering like the previous Decembers. That's usually Decembers. Mr. Speaker, look at this year's Christmas. I can see you, Mr. Speaker. Look at how miserable all of us are looking. And yet you want to tax us. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a passionate appeal. I do not want to talk for too long. That when the voice vote is put, the no should be a resounding no, so that we don't even call for a division. We don't even need to call for a division. We have cooperated with you on so many tax angles. As for this one, give that one to us as a Christmas package, so that we can also take it. Mr. Speaker, on this note, on this very sad and melancholic note, on this note when Ghanaians are suffering, on this note, and you can tell from my voice, Mr. Speaker, you can tell from my voice, I am a very, very, very disturbed man. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to state that Ghanaians who are watching us, the minority side, led by the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, we shall stand with you, we shall fight for you, we would vote, and irrespective of the outcome of the vote, we would have served God and served the people of Ghana. Thank you very much.
Yes. Honorable Deputy.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I just heard a voice of my colleague, a voice that has overindulged, not a voice that is in lamentation. Mr. Speaker, in this, we have MPP and NDC. Between 2009 and 20, Mr. Speaker, on the floor debating now, is MPP and NDC. And in this chamber we have the NPP Majority Caucus, which has the second Deputy Speaker, a member. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the arguments of my respected colleagues on the minority bench. But it appears as if they've never been in government before. But from 2009 to 2016, you were in government. Mr. Speaker, whilst in government, I may remind Honorable Atufosa that these were the taxes you imposed. These were the taxes you imposed. One, you imposed 1% special. You imposed it. That one, Ghanaians were not suffering. You again imposed 17% VAT on financial services. People going to do business in the banks, you charge them. Mr. Speaker, 5% VAT on real estate sales. You impose that tax in this chamber. Excise duty on petroleum, you impose it in this chamber. Special petroleum tax, Mr. Speaker, was imposed at 17.5%. Mr. Speaker, levies were imposed on kaya years by the local authorities. Sanitary part. Mr. Speaker, taxes were imposed. Mr. Speaker, cutlasses that our farmers were supposed to use, Mr. Speaker, taxes were imposed on them. When we came into office, these taxes, Mr. Speaker, I'm being informed. Mr. Speaker, I'm being reminded of the taxes you imposed on condoms. Yes. Mr. Speaker, when we came into office in 2017, we abolished these taxes. As we abolished these taxes, Mr. Speaker, we took steps to reduce, and I repeat, to reduce electricity tariffs. Tariffs that the President Mahama administration said because of the cost of electricity, its government could not reduce electricity tariffs. We reduced it between 15% to 30%. The records will bear me out. Household reduction. In view of all of this, we introduced social policies that benefited ordinary Ghanaians. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I want to make here is that this VAT of 2.5% is coming in as a matter of necessity, because Ghanaians will testify that when we came into office with our ambition, our dream to create an environment to grow the economy, all the taxes that you had introduced, majority of them we abolished. Those that we felt we could manage, we reduced the percentage. So today you cannot argue that we are burdening the ordinary Ghanaian. Argue that Ghanaians are suffering because when you had the opportunity, you made their lives worse. Had we maintained the electricity tariffs the way we met it, Mr. Speaker, can you imagine what would be happening to Ghanaians? So, Mr. Speaker, what are we going to do with this? What are we going to do with the 2.5%? For the avoidance of doubt, the Minister of Roads is here. he is always overwhelmed with questions from both sides. The minister is committing over 80% of this to roads. Many contractors, Honorable Atuforsen argued that contractors have worked and they expect to be paid. Where are we going to get the money from? The minister is saying that we need this to support our private sector, the businessmen who are working for government in the road sector. We know the road sector has a long value chain. The artisan, non-artisan, the professionals get opportunity to work. Mr. Speaker, so we want us to understand that we are doing what is right to sustain the economy. Mr. Speaker, they should not pretend that the challenges that we face in the economy are unknown to them. They should not. So they are the ones who are playing to the gallery and seeking to score partisan political points, not us. Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't want to overemphasize a point. All I want Ghanaians to know is that this same group of who are promising them heaven had no heaven for them when they had the opportunity to give them heaven. In other words, you, the minority NDC, some of you were in government. Some of you were in this chamber. You had nothing to offer in terms of even abolishing certain taxes, rather imposed more taxes. Fine. So if today you are saying that we abolish the taxes, and for a long time we provide social services, we supported Ghanaians, and it has become necessary to do this, and you want to create an impression to the ordinary Ghanaian that we don't care, it is important that we remind them of your own track record. Having said all of this, I will end it here by encouraging you that you be serving your God in your country if you support this 2.5% VAT. The Minister of Roads has been promising and promising. This is the time for you to assist him to honor his promises to you. This is the time. This is the time. This is the time for you to assist them to walk the talk. Mr. Speaker, many MPs are complaining about roads in their constituencies. Many MPs are complaining of contractors who are to be paid. Many contractors, you have been lamenting on these. Mr. Speaker, the answer is here. The finance minister has heard your cry. He says that he associates himself with the problems. So please, all of us, let's agree to the 2.5%. As a parliament, as part of our oversight, we'll be monitoring. So you have no worry. We'll see whether or not the minister is doing that which he has promised to do. So you should not entertain any fears. Support this tax. This tax will help grow the economy and develop Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I would end here. Thank you so much indeed.
Well. Let me give the last law to Helman.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Ranking Member, the Honourable Atuforsen, supported by the Honourable Isaac Adongo, and later the Honourable John Jinapo, state for the record that the NDC minority, as is reflected in the committee's report, we are unable to support an imposition of an additional 2.5% VAT to an overburdened population already that is reeling under excruciating hardships. I've heard some arguments of some governments that came to abolish taxes and some governments that have done better in introducing taxes. But Mr. Speaker, never in our country's history have we heard of a debt exchange in terms of people investment, whether domestic or external, flying away because of government excessive borrowing regime or because government's inability to sustain our debt. You've committed this country to a high-risk distressed country. Our currency is devalued, inflation is very high, and we do not think that the Ghanaian people should be further burdened with an additional 2.5%, where cost of living is already high, cost of doing business is high. Businesses that are being subjected to this exchange will further suffer if this VAT is imposed. Then morally, Mr. Speaker, in 1995, when they were on the other side of the aisle, they didn't see any merit even in the introduction of VAT. Today, the tax instrument brings in over 15 billion annually to support the running of the Ghanaian economy annually. Try those who introduce VAT with some modicum of economic sense, that at least today you can borrow from it and want to up it. So, Mr. Speaker, our argument is the inappropriate timing of an additional imposition of 2.5%. After all, we are the original proponents of VAT. We know it better, we understand it better, and we can help you improve it even in understanding those who deserve credit and those who don't deserve credit and exemptions. Now, when you argue, Deputy Leader, and you say roads, yourself that 80% of this money will be dedicated to the road sector, turn behind you and see whether you have assurance from your Minister for Finance before you state that. You said 80%. Let's earmark it. If you so believe in with him, earmark it. You know what is done. So when you say 80% is dedicated to the road sector, then earmark it. And we know the road sector VAT dedicated to roads. Annually, it can also be reported upon. That is not to say that we are supporting it. So, Mr. Speaker, even before you put the question, my colleagues, rise up strongly and let the Ghanaian people know that none of you will vote for this tax. None. Mr. Speaker, you may resume your seat for the Speaker to put the question. So no further business. Counters who want to vote against VAT, who don't support 8.5% VAT. But you, when you were imposing taxes, there was no debt exchange. Inflation was not at 50.3%. The currency was being deteriorated as 54%. Mr. Speaker, West days are ahead of Ghana. When you campaign in 2016, go and read the title of your manifesto, Taxation to Production. You have somersaulted from production back to taxation. With these punitive taxes, so Mr. Speaker, don't waste your breath. Put a question. We want to vote against it and register that we are not for this tax. We will not support this tax and we want to be counted. So, Kwamina, Avenue, turn your back and get assurance that road sector will benefit from this. We will be here for the engineering of the law and we will commit 80%, even though we do not support it. You have to account to us on the taxpayer. Who will support it today, who will support it tomorrow. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor, listed as 55 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against the motion say no. Honorable members, I'll take the question again. All those in favor of the motion say aye. All those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come under order 1132. Mr. Speaker, and with your permission, I read. That's division. First, I will read 1131 and 1132. When the question has been put by Mr. Speaker at the conclusion of debate, the vote shall be taken by voice, yea and no, provided that Mr. Speaker may, in his discretion, instead of declaring the results on the voice vote, call for head count. The Speaker, 2. A member may call for a head count or division if the opinion of Mr. Speaker on the voice vote is challenged. Mr. Speaker, I therefore challenge your voice decision coming under 1132 for a head count. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it is within the rights of it is within his rights, this issue. I think that the relevant provisions of the rule upon which he anchors his submission is right. I'm therefore not opposed to the application for a head count. I am saying that the foundation of your argument is well rooted. You've gotten it right, yes. So I am not opposed to it. If you had gotten it wrong, I would have opposed it. And you know that. You always get it wrong. You've gotten it right, it's okay. Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed. You got it right for the first time. You always get it wrong. Mr. Speaker, we are not opposed to the head count. You got it right for the first time.
Very well. I will hereby order the clerk to conduct the head count. Honourable members, the ministers around us, please don't get up if we. Honourable members, all ayes, all those who voted ayes, please rise up for count. Very well. The ayes, you may resume your seats. Honourable members, the noes may rise up now for counting. Okay, the noes may resume your seat. Honorable members, the results has been handed to me. Is ayes 136, noes 135. Honorable members, the motion is therefore adopted.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013 to provide for an increase in the value added tax rate, revise the value added tax threshold, remove the tax exemption for imported textbooks and imported newspapers and printed matter, exempt bets and other games of funds from tax, review the transitional provisions and administrative penalties for implementation of electronic value added tax system and for related matters.
Speaker, page 28, 56, item 56.
Honorable members, the Value Added Tax Amendment number 3 Bill 2022 is accordingly read the second time. Yes, leader. They call your name, they took you. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. We have just heard you, Mr. Speaker, we have just heard you announce the outcome of the vote. And Mr. Speaker, as we observed, you proceeded with the ayes standing, after which momentarily the noes standing. And Mr. Speaker, you were glued to your seat. So we're wondering whether when the numbers came to you, you decided to vote. That's the only clarity, Mr. Speaker, we are asking for. That, Mr. Speaker, because we didn't see you rise. But we know you belong to a caucus. And we know the Supreme Court now says that you can vote. So do we assume that you counted yourself? Mr. Speaker, this is the only clarity. This is the only clarity I'm speaking. Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, your right to vote doesn't have to be announced. If I were sitting in your seat, I would have announced it, add mine to this. But when it is done, it is not open to anybody.
Were they expecting to vote for them? Were you expecting to vote for them?
The Speaker is not under any obligation to stand up, but he is entitled to vote, and it is not open to us to ask where you voted. I think that we have no reason to challenge the clerk, and we should give due respect to the rules we make. Mr. Speaker, you have announced and declared the rules. Let's proceed. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, page 28, and we're taking item 56. Item 56.
Yes, honorable members, we move to item 56, page 28. Item 56, page 28.
Mr. Speaker,
motion by the Finance Minister.
I rise to move that the motion listed as item 56, today's order paper, be removed. Yes, so moved.
Yes, Speaker, I second the motion.
Honorable members, the motion has been moved and has been seconded, but this is a procedural motion. I will therefore go ahead to move, ask the person. The person is all those in favor of the motion listed 56. Say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. The atmosphere is getting acrimonious.
Mr. Speaker, we just want to
I thought they were grandstanding.
It is rightly so. The Speaker is not under obligation to, but at least he should tell us that he either himself to the nose or the yes. It settles it. We know that there is Supreme Court ruling. You could vote. But all we want is clarity. You either yourself to the nose or you either yourself to the yes. That's all we needed as a clarification to the Speaker.
Honorable member, I ask the clerk where my vote is supposed to go. So there's no notice of and I didn't need to rise for me to be counted. So the clerk, please, let's move on. Let's move on. So we move to 57.
Speaker, 57.
Honorable members, value added tax amendment number 2 bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Yes, Chairman, we will begin with clause 1.
Section 3 of Act 870 amended.
Mr. Speaker, from the committee, there are no amendments.
Very well. Honorable members, the question is, all those in favor that clause 1 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 5 of Act 870 amended.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, there are no amendments from the committee on this bill.
There are no amendments.
Very well. So all those in favor that clause 2 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Section 22 of Act 870 amended.
There's no amendment. The question, yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you are on clause 3. You are on clause 3. 3.1.
That's clause 1. They've passed it already.
They've not passed. It's 3. No, you are not following. No, they haven't.
The rate of tax is clause 1.
Clause 3, Mr. Speaker, is that the rate of tax? Rate of tax. Rate of tax. No, clause 3 is rate of tax. No. Are we not here? Mr. Speaker, may I indulge you to come back to clause 1? Yeah, because there are no advertised amendments, and therefore we can always seek your leave. And Mr. Speaker, in clause 1 where the tax is proposed at 15%, I want the word 15 deleted and 14 put into it, and we vote on it with name count. Thank you.
Leader, you mean clause 1? Clause 1. But leader, we've gone past clause 1. Leader, we are in clause 3. So if you have any issue, let's. Leader, so clause 3. Table, clause 3.
Section 22 of Act 870 amended.
Chairman. Honourable members, there's no proposed amendment. So all those in favor that clause 3 stands part say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Section 41 of Act 870 amended.
There's no proposed amendment. So over that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 5.
Section 48 of Act 870 amended.
Honourable members, there's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 5 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Long title. Now, we have 6. Clause 6.
First schedule of Act 870 amended.
Honourable members, there's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 6 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Clause 7.
Second schedule to Act 870 amended.
There's no proposed amendment. All those in favor that clause 7 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Now we move to the long title.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to provide for an increase in the value added tax rate, revise the value added tax threshold, remove the tax exemption for imported textbooks and imported newspaper and printed matter, exempt betting and other games of chance from tax, review the transitional provisions and administrative penalty for non-implementation of the electronic value added tax system and for related matters.
Honorable members, there's no proposed amendment to the long title. All those in favor that the long title stands part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The long title stands part of the bill. I believe we've come to the end of the consideration stage. Yes, leader.
Speaker, we are ready for item 58 on page 29. Item 58 on page 29.
Well. Honorable members, come with me to page 29, item listed 58. 58. Motion by the Finance Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I arrange to move that the motion listed as
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the motion listed as item 58 on page 29 on today's order paper be so moved. I beg to move.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second the motion.
Honorable members, this procedural motion, I'll put the question. All those in favor that the procedural motion listed 58 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We move to motion 59 on the same page.
Motion
by the Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that the Value Added Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2022 be now read a third time.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, I'll put the question, and the question is, all those in favor that the motion listed 59 in today's order paper, say aye. Aye. All those against the motion, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion.
An act to amend the Value Added Tax Act 2013, Act 870, to provide for an increase in the value added tax rate, revise the value added tax threshold, remove the tax exemption for imported textbooks and imported newspapers and printed matter, exempt bets and other games of chance from tax, review the transitional provisions and administrative penalty for non-implementation of the electronic value added tax system and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Value Added Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 22 is duly read the third time and passed.
Speaker, item 6 on page 3, item 6BV, and V is on page 4, Speaker, the upper part of page 4, item 6B, V for violin.
Well. Honourable members, turn to page 4. Page 4. item 6BV by the chairman of the Finance Committee.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Appropriation Bill 2022.
Honourable members, the report has been duly.
Mr. Speaker, the understanding we had at the committee was that after the appropriation bill has been laid, we will have a conclave, at least at the leadership of the Finance Committee level, to review. We actually had a pre-laying session. So subsequent to that, we have to go back and look at the details. Mr. Speaker, this is the appropriations bill. So at the leadership level, at least the two of us, we should meet and go through the details and make sure what we agreed is reflected. Mr. Speaker, that was the agreement. Agreement is agreement. You don't promise A and do B. So let's do what is right. That is what we agreed on. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we do that before it's late.
Well. But the report has been duly presented and is supposed to be distributed to honourable members.
Call leadership. Let them confirm.
Yes, leadership. Any indication?
It is so, Speaker. Under the circumstance, I will suggest that the House is suspended for 50 minutes for the necessary consultations to be done, as was announced by the ranking member. Speaker, I so submit.
Well. Honourable members, I will suspend the House for 15 minutes. The leadership can do the conclave at the clerk's office. So the leadership of the Finance Committee and can do the conclave at the clerk's lobby. So the House is suspended for 15 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance estimate, there was this table that warranted that it should be stood down. It was not only the question, and you remember that it was supposed to be distributed. The 1 billion, revenue mobilization something. So that estimate has not, the question has not been put. So that has to be done before the appropriation can be done. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we have to do that one first before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I think our colleague is right. He's drawing our attention to that. Just at the point of doing it, we decided to stand it down. So I think we can take it, and we should take it before we go on break. So, Speaker, if I may. Speaker, so if you may, Speaker. Our colleague, the deputy leader, even though we engage our conclave, he insists he needs some communication from the minister. So I think we should grant him that leave for him to be responded to or to make that request. And then eventually, I'm sure he will not be difficult, eventually the question could be put and then we can move ahead.
Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's good that the finance minister himself is here. So if the finance minister can explain 2 items on the sheet, just the details of those items. The first one is economic transformation project. The economic transformation project, an amount of 632 million has been provided on a sheet for economic transformation project. What does that entail? The second one is Ghana Jobs and Skills Project, 276.5 million. How can Ghana Jobs and Skills Project be captured under Ministry of Finance? Can that be explained? Because we have a Ministry of Employment, yet you are providing 276.5 million under Ministry of Finance for Ghana Jobs and Skills Project. Can the minister explain these 2 items?
Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the motion was moved by the Deputy Minister of Finance, and that issue ensued. So, if you will allow her to do the needful.
So you want the Deputy Finance Minister to? Well. What we need is explanation. So, Deputy Finance Minister, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, based on the sheet that I submitted to our colleagues on the other side, the Ghana Jobs and Skills Project is one of the World Bank supports that was given to the Ministry of Employment. And like the Resource Mobilization and Economic Relations Division takes care of all the bilateral and multilateral funding that we receive from our people. So, Mr. Speaker, the 76.5 million is one of the World Bank supports for Ministry of Employment. And then the 632 million, the Economic Transformation Project of 632 million is also support to Ministry of Trade and Industry, the NEIP, Ghana Free Zones Board, Ghana Standards Board for Economic Transformation. And that is also support from our development partners as well. Thank you.
Yes, Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this explanation is not satisfactory. It's not. It's not satisfactory at all. If the amount is meant for a specific sector, do the allocation to that sector. Don't keep it the Ministry of Finance. If Ghana Jobs and Skills Project, you are saying that it relates to employment, why don't you allocate the money to Ministry of Employment? Why are you keeping the Ministry of Finance? Now you're talking about Ministry of Trade and the rest falling under the Economic Transformation Project. Yet you are keeping all this money under Ministry of Finance. It doesn't sound well. It doesn't sound well. Do the allocation to the various sectors. Why is the Ministry of Finance keeping the money? No.
Yes. Honorable Minister for...
I'm not in favor of this at all. I'm not in favor.
Member for Sunyani West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to offer an explanation to my colleague on the other side. The Ghana Jobs and Skills Project is a multi-sectorial project. In fact, it is being implemented by 4 sectors. Ministry of Finance is coordinating the whole activity. That is why they are keeping the money, because even though it is named Ghana Skills and Jobs Project, it is being implemented by 4 other ministries: Ministry of Education, Ministry of Employment and Labour Relations, Ministry of Gender, and then Ministry of Local Government. So that is why it is at Ministry of Finance.
Very well. On that note, I'll put the question. Honourable members, the question to motion number 9, page 4. All those in favor that motion listed 9 in today's order paper, all those in favor say aye. All those against the motion say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 9 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. And that this Honourable House has approved the sum of 2,405,469,947 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Finance for the year ending 31st December 2023. So now we can take the 15 minutes suspension for the leadership of the committee to do their consultation.
Yeah.
The House is suspended for 15 minutes.